Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link, or prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin, but always make sure your arguments are LPP.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the after show. Probably will turn into a dumpster fire. We never know, because sometimes the conversations are boring, sometimes they're epic, sometimes it takes a while to get going into the full-scale madness of a YouTube debate after show. But I want to welcome everybody who has bounced on over from the one and only Standing for Truth channel, and I appreciate you guys for coming on over. For folks, it's your first time here on the channel, I'm trying something new out tonight. So for the first 30 minutes, the only people that are going to be allowed to chat are people who have subscribed. So make sure to hit that sub button if you want to be able to chat and share your thoughts, be crazy, and get into the whole back and forth dialogue that will be going down as usual in the side chat. Getting people ready to join in here for conversation. So link is inside chat. Go ahead and click that if you want to hop on in and start sharing your thoughts. Usually for the first, 20, 30 minutes, sometimes more, just depends. we'll kind of go in a round robin of people that join first. Get to go first. Obviously, spend like minute and a half, depending on how many people end up backstage, and kind of air your thoughts on the debate. How you think it went, won, lost, best comebacks, what's one-liners, best overall points. That's what you guys think in general. And it will we'll kind of do that. And then once we get things going a little bit, then we'll kind of open things a little bit more up to, back and forth discussion. If two people want to kind of go at it for a few minutes, we can do that as well. And hopefully it'll turn into a interesting, fun conversation. Along with that, I want to say thank you to some of the great members that are in the house. We got some doki action, already slinging super stickers. Keith Colvin is here. We got, I think Jerome is here as well. We've got a few members that are hopping in. Appreciate it. I want to say what's up to Cheryl, Honesty Angel, and Patrick Alexander's here, man. The good folks, the regulars are in the house, and I appreciate everybody. Oh, looks like SFT's in here. He's probably getting some coffee right now, maybe getting some food. I'm see if we can get him to join here in a little bit. Got some new folks as well, so appreciate y'all and everybody who's hitting that sub button. You only got to be subscribed for 1 minute before you're able to start hopping in on the in the conversation inside chat. So make sure to go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you want to engage in the conversation. Okay, so enough of that. Let's get into one more thing. I was thanking the members, and I forgot to use that to lead into if you want to become a member of the channel, I greatly appreciate it. You can be a side chat brawler, an evolution destroyer, or an ID gladiator. So would greatly appreciate anybody who wants to support the channel and help me have more time to do these kinds of crazy streams and get into a little bit more custom, original content as well. So, okay, enough of all that. It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, to officially launch the after show madness. Let's do it. And without further ado, I've actually got one of the debaters himself, Jackson Roe, with us, and Rob from Seminole Apologetics has joined us as well. What's going on, guys? How are you, Jackson?
Good. How are you?
Hanging in there. So what, since you were in the debate and just got out of it, what are your thoughts? How'd you feel everything went? What was your best points? What did you think? What was your overall vibe of how the debate went?
Well, I don't know. I was kind of starstruck, honestly, because I've known about Kent Hovind for so long. I'm going to have to watch it back to decide how I did or didn't do. So, I'll just have to watch it back. I feel like we both had some good points.
Right now, so you saying you had a little bit of nerves going on, going up against somebody you've been watching for years. Huh? I can see how that might have. That's totally understandable. Yeah, I know you guys have obviously have different opinions on the subject, so totally understand why it would be interesting going up with somebody you've had respect for as well as differences of opinion. So that's And then what's up, Rob? We all know that Kent Hovind is one of Rob's favorite individuals and does not trigger him in the slightest. So what's up, Rob? How are you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Did you get a chance to catch the debate, or you just jumped in the after show?
No, I missed the debate because, as you know, I'm such a fan that there's no need to watch it.
Well, yeah, I know it's Kent Hovind is always a good topic for you, but we'll stay off the. We'll stay focused on the topic tonight rather than going after the man.
Is my mic all right, or is it?
Your mic. No, your mic's coming through fine.
All right.
So what's going on your
mind?
No, so your mic is coming through fine.
Okay.
Is there anything you want to talk about?
No, man. Just I'm seeing you go live, and I just thought I'd just join.
I appreciate it. By the way, folks, I just tonight actually have launched a Twitch channel, so we will see if anything happens out of that. It's a new deal. So if anyone wants to subscribe on Twitch, I will put the link in the side chat if you want to bounce over there. Chat is interesting. Okay. All right. So, hey, Jackson, it's like a strange feedback sound coming through your mic.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, what I know one of the things that I was kind of I remember you guys talking about in terms of the like what came before, what came after, and such. And you made the point that I'm having a brain freeze. I think you might have been in cyanobacteria. Might have been the example you used. You talked about being much simple. You talked about being much simpler than E. coli or whatever the other thing you referred to. You don't actually operate from the perspective that a cyanobacteria is actually simple, do you?
Well, it's simple compared to other things. It's not simple per se.
Yeah, I mean, like simple compared to a mobile app is simple compared to like the Android operating system, but I don't think from a like intricacy perspective and logic and all those different things have to be initiated that necessarily reduces the overall the complexity that much versus the how big something is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying cyanobacteria are simple. It's just some of the most simple life forms that we have.
Right, but what I'm saying is like the technology that's necessary on the nano scale for a simple bacteria, a quote unquote simple bacteria, to exist is in no way, shape, form, or fashion simple. And just because the other one has extra gizmos and such, and a lot of things the prokaryote doesn't have, obviously. Like I don't really see how that makes evolution any more plausible.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the simpler thing is probably a lot smaller, hard for stuff like that to fossilize. So we may never know what came before, but maybe we will.
All right. What's up, Donnie? Welcome to the show, man. How are you? You got your coffee in?
You said BRD.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, oh, go ahead, Rob.
Oh, this could be a total left field question, but I was just curious about Jackson. You said I mean, I haven't watched the debate, but you're starstruck of Kent Hovind, so I presume you were a young at Creationist Kent Hovind fan.
Well, no, I disagree with him completely, but it's just I've known about him for so long. It's just kind of a weird situation. I mean, he's a star in their world, so, and I've known about him forever, so I was a bit starstruck in a way.
Oh, right, okay. As in, you've always known about him, but you weren't.
Oh no, I never agreed with him. I just had
you never agreed with him, yeah. Okay.
No.
No, that's just a question.
Yeah.
So, how do you guys feel about the 200,000 times greater difference in thermodynamic energy between prokaryotes and eukaryotes in relation to evolution plausibility?
I don't know. You're speaking Greek a little bit, honestly.
So, like the energy per gene difference, but energy necessity per gene variation between prokaryotes and eukaryotes is about 200,000 times. And hey, Jackson, if you're not talking, hey, Jackson, can you put your mic on mute when you're not talking? Something that whatever that background noises went up quite a bit just right then. The Nick Lane was talking about this in his book and several of his papers of the dramatic energy barrier between the two. And he can't have a few hypotheses about like, okay, this potentially, hypothetically it might be able to be overcome this way, but it's still a gigantic gaping question in the evolution process. And it's one of those things that I hardly ever hear anybody actually address. And I'm guessing you guys aren't aware of that, but to me, it's like you're talking about a gigantic chasm of a gigantic barrier in between the two. And even if you want to argue that the prokaryote is much simpler than eukaryote, which obviously it is, but simple is relative. The overcoming that kind of energy barrier is rather astronomical, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'm more about the larger organisms. I don't really deal with the microbes that much, honestly.
No, fair enough. And we got Sledge and Danny just joined us. What's going on, guys? Sledge, you were up first. What are your thoughts on the debate? Go ahead and share your thoughts, and then Danny,
put Danny
you're up
first.
next. No, Danny, you and Rob, you need to keep your flirtation until once it's your turn, okay? So, Sledge, go ahead, man. Your turn.
The after show.
Exactly. So Sledge is up. He's got his Power Rangers outfit on. It is his turn. What do you share your thoughts on the debate? And then we'll let Danny and Rob do their little usual flirtation routine.
What's up, guys? So as far as the debate goes, of course I enjoy this debate. I enjoy the topic greatly. Thank you, Donnie, for hosting as always, and thank you, John, for doing the after show as well. Jackson, I understand the feeling, I guess, of being in a debate or being in a situation where you've heard about somebody for so long, and then you're up against them and stuff. But of course, I agree with Kent. And not only that, but I don't believe that you refuted the points. There was a point in which you said, well, that's what they teach, and that was kind of his point all along, that what you were doing is you were choosing to believe that. You are choosing to believe what these people have come up with over the course of however long they've been pushing this agenda and pushing this stuff. It's part of the spirit of Antichrist that is coming upon the world, as foretold and prophesied that will happen in the end times. It is part of prophecy fulfilled.
Well, if I remember the part you were talking about, I think I was making the point that he was saying it was taught this way, and I was saying no, they actually teach it this way. I don't think so. Slightly different from what you're saying, if I'm remembering the part you're talking about correctly.
Okay, yeah, maybe we're remembering the same thing a couple of different ways. More so about the debate, I thought it was classic Kent. He was funny. I love the zingers. I love the dry humor. I love, of course, the it's not stealing, it's borrowing without ever returning, and the not National Geographic, National Pornographic. That always gets a chuckle out of me.
Let me guess, fourth graders as well.
So I enjoy those types of things, the subtle humor that's put in. So, anyways, but yeah, no, actually, I guess overall, I have to say I would give Kent the win on that. But good debate, and I appreciate, Jackson, you keeping the decorum and the debate civil and respectful.
Yeah, I'm not gonna call it yet. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. I don't really, when I'm in it, I don't really register what I said 10 minutes ago, so I don't remember most of the debate really. So I'm gonna have to go back and watch it and decide a win for myself. And I would say the last debate I had with Neff, I probably didn't win that one. I would say I lost that one.
Neff is a fierce opponent for sure.
Yeah, but with Donnie, my debate, I think we pretty much tied. It was hard for me to pick out a winner in that one. And thinking about it now, I'm not sure who won this last debate. So. Well,
from the outside looking in, I got to go with Kent, but still, good effort on your part, and I appreciate it. And everyone's gonna have a different opinion. Some people are gonna, agree with you and believe that you won and stuff. I just, that's what my opinion was. And Rob, I got to give you a shout out too, dude. If you don't run an ASMR channel, you really need to, because your voice, bro. Whenever you talk, I could just. I don't mean that in a bad way. It just you something about.
Then should I debate Kent then? Put him to sleep.
Well, Anyways, so go ahead with Danny. I guess you would be up next.
Yeah, what's up, Danny? How you doing, man?
Hey, I kind of was listening to the debate while I was playing Ages of Empires 4, which came out today, so my attention was too divided.
Well, I'm glad that you were being able to play your new game. That's very adult of you.
You play Age of Empires? Are we thinking alike already?
Have you gotten the fourth one?
Yeah.
Oh, we should play.
Okay.
I think I'm neglecting all my responsibilities.
All right, here we go. What's your Steam account?
Well, I'm glad to know
I'll send it to you.
The two of them will be bonding in yet another
Even
way.
more.
The plot thickens.
Yep, apparently
Or
so.
something thickens.
So Danny, have you told your wife about Rob yet?
No, I don't tell her about all the boys that I have on the internet. So I'm just kidding. It's a good Christian channel.
So you have told your wife?
Have I told her about Rob?
I'm messing with you.
I think so.
Well, that's good. I'm glad. I mean, after you guys are now going to be spending so much time on Age of Empires together, she may be getting jealous.
Yeah, true.
All right, let's see. We got Dano the Mano. What's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Hey, thanks, man. How you doing?
Hanging in there. So I think I saw you over at the debate. What were your for like a minute or so? Give us a little quick recap of your thoughts on the back and forth, who won, lost, best points, what you thought, what your position is overall, and yeah, floor is yours.
Oh man, you don't have to give me the floor or anything, but hello everybody. I appreciated that. I'm hearing the echo now, so it's kind of throwing me off a little bit. I'll just wait for it until I hear myself start talking. Right. So Kent did a great job. Of course, I obviously biased towards Kent. I like Kent. I like Jackson was very respectful, which I really respect. Usually these guys that he debates, they get really rude. They get real nasty. I keep echoing here. It's just driving me nuts, dude. Can we give somebody else the floor while I figure this out real quick?
Yeah, the echo is on your end. I was not.
I know. I need to turn off the.
Did you forget to mute YouTube?
Yeah. That's what I had to do. Yeah, I'm sorry. So there it is. We're good now.
Okay.
All right. Now we're fine. So I saw a few things that were kind of cool. A few things, I can coach you from the sidelines. Obviously, I'm not over there debating with you. But Jackson, you seem like a really smart guy. I'd like to see you succeed in this type of form. Honestly, I enjoy watching things like this. It always helps me to challenge my belief system. And I like watching other people talk about it long format. And I think this has potential to be a good show here. I think that if you were to put together some kind of slide and put a little picture-in-picture there, have your stuff ready for you. I don't know if this is what you wanted to do. You know what I mean? If you're going to continue doing it, By the way, nice to meet you, brother.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
So I saw a few things. You seem like you're very cordial with it, and I think that's what that community needs. On the other side of the debate is less emotion. More straight up facts and logic brought to the table. Which you did very well. You didn't get triggered by anything Kent was doing, which it happens a lot. And he's kind of a professional at doing it. People get pretty angry at him.
Leo Phileas versus Kent Hovind was an epic example of what you just referred to right there.
Yeah. I mean, and I've seen people make reaction videos to it, and they're so cringe. I mean, they'll mouth off about it, and it's kind of classless. And don't get me wrong, I've seen him do it too. And I can coach from the sidelines all day. I'm not over there doing it. I'm not in the field. But I thought you did a pretty good job, dude. Obviously I fundamentally differ from your point of view, but you did pretty good. So congratulations on that, dude. And I like that you have a little after party going here, man. It's pretty neat. I didn't know I could still broadcast on YouTube. I thought I was banned forever. Hopefully I won't get another third strike. Apparently this works. That's neat.
Now since you're on my channel, you're fine.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
when I debate people, I'm not going to be a jerk. That just, I feel like if you go in that way, you automatically look like the loser. If you're going to act like a jerk to the other person, you know.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
and it's tougher to recruit somebody to your line of thinking whenever you're being a douche nugget to them. You know, if you're sitting there and you're chastising them, they're not gonna, But so presentation is a lot.
You guys aren't hearing a lot of noise whenever I switch this on and off, are you? Apologize if that. I can hear it in my headphone. I didn't know if you could.
maybe a slight. It's not a big deal. Don't stress about it.
Okay.
So I want to know who this Trezvant Griffon guy and what he's talking about. He says, "Be honest about the bias mods, at least. Nothing wrong with it. Just be honest." I don't really think that there was any bias going on from the moderators. I thought it was a pretty
No, I don't feel there was any bias.
I mean, SFT's always made it a point to, like, in the debate, he might have a difference of opinion in the after show or from his content, but in the debates, he's always made it a point to try and be non-biased. So, Trezvant, can you back up that statement, or am I misinterpreting what you're saying there?
Yeah, every time I've ever seen a debate, it's always been straightforward. In fact, I think I asked him last time, I don't know if he saw it, I asked Donnie, how in the world do you stay out, of some of these conversations? Because I know you've got to be itching, because I'm sitting there thinking, oh my God, yelling at my screen and stuff like that. I just looking at him keep his decorum and, try to keep a perfectly straight face and stuff like that. I don't know how you do it, man. You really are Superman.
Well, part of the way I think he does it is he purposely doesn't ingest any coffee, and it really makes him have a crash, so he remains calm. And that's why after the debates, he disappears. He comes over, joins the after show, and then runs away because he has to go over and mainline some coffee real quick, regain his normal approach, and then come back to the stream is what actually happens. So that's how he remains calm. It's self non-dosing of caffeine.
He should be back soon. He said it'd be 30 minutes.
Yeah, he's laughing inside chat right now. He's hearing me give him a hard time.
Usually it gets me amped if I do a couple push-ups real quick. You know what I mean? Just yeah, kind of brings it up a little bit. It's a quick little boost. That's how I quit drinking monsters and junk.
Yeah, I stopped drinking Monster in July. Since then I've had zero caffeine in my body, period. None, in no form whatsoever. And it's been good. I'll tell you what. I went cold turkey. I quit cold turkey on that caffeine.
That feels awesome.
Well, for 2 weeks it did not feel very good at all. It was
I bet the cold turkey sucked.
Yeah, but in my opinion, it's the only way to do it. You can't, all the stuff about you're just going to wean yourself off. Yeah, okay. So.
I drink 3 or 4 Dr. Peppers a day.
Does Dr. Pepper have caffeine though?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. It's tons.
No, Sprite. Sprite doesn't have caffeine, does it?
No, it's caffeine free. It's just got a lot of high fructose corn syrup. It's debatable if that's bad for you, right? I mean, is that a debate still, or?
I don't know. All I gotta say is I'd been off of sodas for years, but I was drinking Monster. I was usually drinking 2, sometimes 3 Monsters a day.
Well, it's because they always have a get 2 or 3 for $1 or $2 a piece rather than $3 for 1, right?
Exactly.
Get you.
Exactly. Little.
I occasionally like the Monster Zero myself. It's pretty good.
They say that aspartame or aspartame, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's supposedly really bad for you because
aspartame,
it burns out your pancreas or something because you kind of dump insulin whenever you think you're taking in sugar. That's why even that stevia stuff. I mean, even though they say it's good for you, I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical about everything though. I don't know.
I'll be looking forward to that.
No, that's true. What you just said is true, and aspartame actually, if it becomes heated. It actually degrades, and I forget what the other molecule that makes it up, but when they degrade into their separate compounds, it actually becomes a nerve toxin. and
Nice.
it actually like straight up damages your nerves. They directly have correlated some, not all, but some of the Gulf War syndrome stuff to obviously they're in the middle of the freaking part of the hottest places on earth, right?
Yeah.
And so they would have all of this like Diet Coke delivered, like Pepsi or Diet Coke and Pepsi, or sorry, Coca-Cola and Pepsi were donating ridiculous amounts of drinks to the soldiers, right? But they get unloaded off the plane and be sitting on the tarmac when it's 120 degrees outside. So it would get super heated. The aspartame would break down. Then, of course, they put it in the coolers and whatnot before they drank it. But these guys were just like ingesting ridiculous amounts of nerve toxin. And
I'm sure it didn't have anything to do with the depleted uranium rounds or anything either, though, right?
Well, there's that too. But my sister actually, she was like, she drank tons of Diet Coke and started having nerve issues and like in her hands like tingling, and like she had all these tests done. They're like, you're having nerve damage being done. Like, what do you drink? Like, what is your diet like? It's talking about the Diet Coke, and they're like, oh, you've got to go off Diet Coke like immediately because you're straight up like destroying the nerves in your extremities.
Those poor military guys, man. I know so many of them that they get out and they have issues. I mean, I even know a Vietnam vet guy that they just admitted, you heard right, that they used Agent Orange in Vietnam. So they just started compensating these guys like, you know, what, 4 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, there was some pretty significant changes that were done. It was like 10 years ago when it like initially started, and there was like additional add-ons after that. Like my dad's a Vietnam veteran, and he was shot in the neck and was paralyzed from the neck down for a year, and has like all sorts of nerve damage and stuff. Anyway, when they medically retired him, they gave him 30% disability. And fast forward 45 years, whatever it was, 40 years later, he got reassessed, and they gave him 100% because they were like, oh, we don't even, how were you not given 100% then? He's like, I don't know. I've been asking that question for 40 years, because it wasn't even like a question. They like looked at him and they're like, saw his medical reports, and it's like, oh, you can't even raise your arm above your shoulder? Like, like all this stuff, like, yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and authorize that 100%.
Yeah, there might be something going on there, right? Well, you know, speaking of, we were talking about artificial sweeteners. You know, which one did they genetically modify? Like some kind of an E. coli? I know it's pretty common that they do it, right? They teach like an E. coli, you know, bacteria of some kind to eat something, and you know, basically, you know, poops out whatever. And
yeast is I think they do some of that with E. coli, but yeast is like one of the most common ones they modify to produce different proteins or different organic secretions.
Yeah, there's always a bit of a, you know, there's some things that you can do, I guess, on the biologic level, man, but it scares me thinking about eating stuff that's been modified. You know, how much do we know? You know, of course, I sound like I'm wearing a tinfoil hat whenever I ask questions like that, but that always concerns me a little bit. I mean, what do you guys think about that kind of stuff? You know, playing with the DNA of things and thinking that we know all the DNA sequences, but we call some of it junk DNA, something like that.
Well, I mean, what I'd have to say about that is it's a freely admitted position that we don't know what the vast majority of genes do. I mean, that's still a freely admitted thing, and that's just a minuscule 2% of the genome overall. And a lot of the junk stuff, quote unquote junk portion, I mean, is no longer being considered junk by anybody outside of the evolutionary biology camps. And people are actually doing the research are basically like, in terms of like the medical research and such, are basically like, don't know where you guys are still claiming this, but that's not reality. And the vast majority of the diseases we're starting to identify are directly caused by mutations and damage to portions of the genome that you guys claim don't do anything. So let's stop calling it junk, because we know it's not, and it's directly correlated with you being alive. So if you have to have this in order to be alive or not to be like on the edge of death, I don't really know how you can call this, you know, non-functional junk DNA. And that's, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that at all, Jackson, but that's one of the things that just gets me every time when, I don't know your position, but a lot of the, let's say the atheist evolutionists are still clinging to it desperately.
Well, I don't know if it's so much junk. I mean, I really don't know much about it, to be honest. Seem to be more the microbiology type of guy, and it's not really my angle. So, and to be honest, I've zoned out a little bit. So, yeah.
That's no worries. No worries. Yeah, but that for the audience, like what really gets me about this stuff is some of the. I'm telling you, take the time to go and just Google, non-coding region diseases, and diseases caused by non-coding DNA mutations, things like that, and you'll find ridiculous amounts of them. I mean, there's thousands of different issues that have been identified, and they're finding new ones all the time. There's a very interesting book by PhD geneticist Nessa Curry, I believe her name is, and the title of the book is Junk DNA. And the entire point of the book is basically, let me just do a download for everybody on all the things we've discovered about quote unquote junk DNA. And can we stop calling it that? Basically, is now she's not quite as blunt as that, but in a few places she's pretty close to basically saying like this is an outdated talking point that needs to be rewritten. And she's not somebody who doesn't believe in evolution, all that kind of stuff. She does. I mean, you read the book, she's talking about millions of years this, millions of years that, and over the course of evolution and all that kind of stuff. But it's still basically hey, whether or not you guys want to argue over the plausibility of this or the waiting time problem or beneficial mutations versus neutral, et cetera, has no bearing on whether or not this is reality in terms of what it does and what we need it for and what the ramifications are if it's not doing what it's supposed to do. And I mean, it's getting into stuff like, I know when I first came on YouTube, started doing debates with Evos, I'd hear ad nauseum, short tandem repeats are proof of evolution. There's always just duplicate regions that do absolutely nothing. Like it's proof it's nothing. Like, why would any designer do this? It's like, hey, by the way, dumbass, if you actually were paying attention, you'd find out that not only are the short tandem repeats important for the overall structural logic of the genome, they're finding out that they actually are acting as like, like crazy three-dimensional, I'm forgetting the term they use, but it's basically like an arm on a crane that like shifts over and then like connects to another chromosome and is enabling all of this like inter and intra chromosomal gene expression. And then you go beyond that into like some of these short tandem repeats. It's in association with being structural components. They've also been identifying that, so as long as I have like 10 to 15 of these right before XYZ gene sequence, we're good. If I get more than that or less than that, then I have XYZ disease that results not in a modification to the coding region of the gene, but to the short tandem repeat that is directly before or directly after it. And then you get into stuff like untranslated regions of a gene sequence. And by untranslated, I mean the ribosome doesn't translate it, but they have directly identified diseases that result in mutations to the untranslated region. So you've got a supposed junk portion of the genome that doesn't get translated by the ribosome as part of the protein synthesis process. However, it is involved in post-translational modification and pre-translational modification updates to the mRNA sequence, which do influence the protein synthesis. And it's like, so the thing that doesn't even get translated in the traditional sense actually has significant bearing on whether or not you have a disease. And anyway, I say all these things just in the context of, to me, when you really begin to analyze a lot of this stuff, the premise of undirected process revolution and no intelligent agency being necessary to enable all this to occur, to me, just gets more and more out to lunch. And the level of faith that's necessary to hold on to it is comical, at least to me. But enough of my long-winded diatribe there. If anybody wants to jump in.
That was pretty good, man.
Jackson, what's your background?
I don't really have one. I'm just into science. I mean,
yeah, that's a background. You like science? You're interested in biology specifically?
Yeah, I'm not really microbiology or anything like that, like logical probable possible is talking about possible probable. But yeah, I'm just into animals, really, nature.
That's cool. So you've always been. Do you think that? How should I phrase this? Are you a theist or an atheist?
I'm an atheist, but if evidence comes around that there is a God, I'm not going to say there isn't. You know.
You're what they call a non-resistant non-believer, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
You might be resistant.
Well, no, I'm not resistant to it, but so
Then
I
you're
guess that's
non-resistant.
Yeah.
Why are you saying maybe?
I've never heard that term before.
It's like people that I think non-resistant non-believers are people that if they had rational reasons to believe in God or Christianity or whatever, they would. I think the idea of resistance there is that they have some practical reason not to believe, either because of they don't want to follow a set of ethical norms, or they just hate Jesus. I don't know, something like non-rational. They have maybe practical reasons for not accepting Christianity. So a lot of Christians think there's no such thing as non-resistant non-believers.
Yeah, I could see that.
You can't just put anybody into a monolith either. I mean,
Well, there might be biblical support, right? Like how in Romans, doesn't it say that y'all are without, or you atheists are without excuse, right? I'm not a Christian either, Jackson. So, but
yeah.
But like the idea is that if there are if there's overwhelming evidence and good rational reasons that we have a kind of responsibility to, and in other words, like we're sort of culpable if we're not sensitive to it, then that's to say that it's like our bad to like reject theism or Christianity or whatever.
Yeah.
So we're not like non-resistant.
I think if there is a God, he doesn't care if you believe in him or not. You're still going to go the same place after you die.
That sounds. I'd be for that. I mean, I hope so. If some of these Christians are right, there's not really. I'm not going to a very good place.
Yeah, not going to be fun.
Jackson, you said
it wouldn't be him, choosing or condemning you. It would just be a matter of, when you die, you can only serve one of two masters. You're either serving him or by default.
Yeah, but if you serve the evil one, I heard that hell is not such a good place, right? Like that's not a place you want to be in.
Right. It was created not for us. It was created for Lucifer and his angels.
Okay, so you think that atheists, do they go to hell after they die, or after they're judged?
I think they go be with their master, which whether they realize it or not, I think that they're serving the wrong master, and I think that whenever they die, if they aren't saved, if they don't believe in Jesus Christ, they don't believe Jesus Christ is Lord, that they will be held accountable for the things that they have done in this world. And nobody is perfect. Just
tell me I'm going to hell already, Sledge. God. I mean,
okay.
at least Kent Hovind would tell me that.
Maybe you just haven't found Christ yet. Everybody gets rubbed a different way by religion, no matter what religion it is. And maybe you grew up where it's the majority, and you sound young. No offense, but
I'm 13.
Yeah, so that's extra young.
He's messing with you. He's 27.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, I'm 28.
I was going to say, man, I don't think you're allowed to be on here unless you're 18.
People have actually asked other hosts and streams.
Oh, dude, I hope I didn't offend you, man. I'm sorry about that, dude.
Of course not. No. I'm not. Right. I'm not a sensitive.
Danny is very fine with his boyish look. Let's just be.
I'm gonna miss it.
And
Hey,
Danny,
Jackson.
I'm not telling you anything because I'm not judging where you're going. I'm just telling you what I believe as far as
Yeah, you believe I'm going to hell.
I'm not looking at you judging.
I don't believe that.
What you don't.
I know Rob
By
doesn't believe
default, if you say that you don't believe Jesus Christ is Lord, you don't believe in him and stuff, then yeah, I think he's the only way. So
yeah, so you say
is what
say
it.
I believe you're going to hell, Danny.
By that,
You don't have to say it, but I'm mostly messing with you.
Because I don't have to put it in the way that you are wanting me to put it. I can say something without it being
maybe say it in Spanish or something.
Judgeful way. El hello.
You go to hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
S a key. I don't know.
No, dude. No, I hope. I honestly.
No, I'm mostly messing with you, Sledge. I'm not sensitive to.
I don't want anybody to go to hell.
I understand that. I don't mean to be pressuring you to say I'm going to hell. I don't. Maybe I'm just kind of messing with you.
So yeah,
no,
I think
not bothering me. I mean, you can push all you want. I'm going to say what I say the way I say it and speak how I speak. So.
Well, I understand you.
I can tell you it's I can tell you it's a dozen, or I can tell you it's 12. It's the same freaking thing.
Yeah. Hey, what's the deal with Kent Hovind's legal situation? I'd read he was supposed to report to jail like on the 27th, 6th or something. So what's going on with that? I didn't bring it up.
The only thing
I haven't heard about the latest one.
The only thing I'm aware of is that it's still the court case is still active, which is part of the reason I was saying I don't want to talk about active court cases, especially not with when it's like relationship type stuff. There's no telling what may or may not be true, false, or otherwise. It's
That's why I didn't bring it up during the debate. I didn't want to.
I want to announce to the world that Danny and I are Steam friends.
Congratulations.
He means steamy friends, right?
Very steamy. It's going to be a fantastic experience from this day on.
Well, I hope you guys have a good time in the
gross,
Age of Empires sauna.
Do you play LVP?
Not for a long time.
Oh, okay.
I have played, but it's been a long time ago.
The OG Age, especially the definitive edition, was legit.
Okay, so Tony, what's up? Thanks for joining the stream. I think you had something you were trying to say, and then Kelvy, you can share your thoughts, and then we'll go back into open dialogue.
Yeah, Jackson, you said God could have created the first cell, but you weren't sure of the exact ingredients. And also, are you aware of all the human interference and origin of life experiments where researchers are influencing the experiment in unnatural ways?
Sure, like the Miller-Urey experiment included something that wasn't in the original Earth, they think now. But so, yeah, I don't really follow those closely, though. I'm more about evolution, not really abiogenesis. I don't really care how life started as much about that it evolved. So,
but you would say that's your foundation?
What?
I mean, it has to be that, right?
Say that again. I didn't catch it.
It's pretty much the foundation because it has to be, right?
What? The origin of life?
Yeah.
Well, God could have created it and still evolves. The way I see it.
Amen.
Well, that's fair. Okay, Kelvy, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Tell us what you thought about the debate, what's on your mind, and anything you want to air to the panel.
Oh no, I'm sorry, man. I didn't see the debate, so I don't want to derail anything. I just I came in and I saw. It sounds like we're having some trouble articulating that Danny's going to hell. And Rob, I heard you say that you don't actually believe people are going to hell. Is that what's?
No, that's not what.
Rob has a demon.
That's like some Event Horizon
That
stuff.
guy.
Whoa.
It's a good movie, Event Horizon.
Speaking of hell,
But no, I don't. That wasn't what was happening. I don't think it's trouble articulating that somebody's going to hell.
Hang on. Rob, your mic was going absolutely nuts. I had to put you backstage because like it was blowing our ears out. Please reset your mic before you.
Why does that keep happening?
Okay, you're. Yeah, I was like, man.
Is that because of the steamy overload that Danny and I just had? That's why. No.
Yeah, it sounded like you were fighting a dragon. I changed my mind. Don't have an ASMR channel.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, so
he was fighting a dinosaur.
Okay, somebody was asking Rob a question. Was that you, Kelvy, or Sledge? I forget now. My ears got blown out. Kelvy, were you asking Rob a question about hell?
Well, it sounded like Rob just said that he didn't believe or something. Like I didn't know. I was curious on his idea of hell. It sounded like he was just like, I don't believe that. I didn't know if that meant. But then again, I just kind of jumped in. So, like I said, I don't want to kind of butt in if I don't really.
Yeah,
know.
I'll be honest. I'm flirting with universalism because the more I look at the chronology of the perspective of the intermediate state between death and resurrection, I suppose it's a both and. I think there is a hell. In other words, I think there's a Hades and a Sheol, which is not hell. But then I think there is a lake of fire like position in Hades, which is basically what all the Greco-Roman myths are all about. Like you have the Elysium fields, and then you have Tartarus with the lake of fire. But then I think that all culminates into a grand new creation, where, because don't forget, Revelation says that even the second death and the lake of fire and hell, that they're all like lumped in together into one mold. And that I think would be this thing we call the outer darkness, that those in it have the possibility to enter into the New Jerusalem if they want. Otherwise, they will stay there forever if they don't choose to.
So it sounds to me you're kind of mixing the what's called that millennial or kingdom or the time before the actual perfected New Jerusalem comes down and meets with the earth. Sounds like you're kind of merging those two things into one.
I'm sort of merging a lot of the views, yeah.
Do you agree that God's outside of time, as far as we understand time and space?
Yeah.
So this would imply that heaven, or whatever we know as heaven can't really be eternal, like God's eternal. So it's got to be kind of on the doorstep of eternity. So there's a kind of spectrum of time or dimension coming from how we're sitting here now up into whatever that is. My point is that the idea of Hades and then the waiting period and then this flux point in between somebody being dead and somebody being in a quote unquote more eternal state or closer to God doesn't necessarily mean that they're all going to wind up in the same level of that not quite eternal state. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I think heaven is not timeless.
Right. Let's get going.
I think if we think, because when we say something like timeless or eternal, our minds immediately think of the arrow of time as being unidirectional and, in sort of like discrete packets, like as we count every second. So, as I've dialogued with theologians and even physicists on things like what happens within this reality. So, for example, the cross and the theology suggesting that Jesus atones for sins past, present, future. So, if time, as we understand it, is in one direction, it cannot be reversed. But so therefore, it's quite a simple concept, believe it or not, even though it seems very counterintuitive and very complicated, but it's actually very simple purely because dimensionally it's only one dimension. So if Jesus does the atoning for past, present, future, and if God transcends what we understand the universe to be, and that is a 10-dimensional flat plane, so to speak. You know, it's this 10-dimensional manifold. Then very easily he can accommodate at least 2 dimensions of time, or even maybe 3 dimensions of time. So in other words, from a one-directional context of time, it becomes a Euclidean form of time. That's your 2 dimensions. Or possibly a non-Euclidean, which would be 3 or more dimensions.
So
and the more you...
into there.
Sorry?
I think the key kind of element in this would be consciousness of an entity, because if it's in hell, I mean, if it's just somebody's just going to become like a part of a rock on the wall of the New Jerusalem, just you know, I mean, but you mean universalism too? So you said can enter in, you know, so you well, I guess that's the only. So you're purposefully merging those to make room for that, it seems.
Hey, let me jump in here,
Well,
guys. Why don't we
Yeah, for sure.
get it back on human evolution? This is a great topic. We've done so much theology, soteriology discussions the last couple of weeks.
That was groovy, though.
What's that?
I was going to say that was groovy, though, man. I was about to whip out the guitar and tie-dye shirt.
It gets pretty groovy around here, I'll say that. Jackson, great debate. Tons of fun. We had like 100. I think we had about 320 people at one point. Human evolution, man. That's one of my favorite topics for sure. Jackson and I debated that several months ago, actually. Human evolution.
I couldn't pick out a winner from that. I think we both kind of countered each other pretty well.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that debate. I think we got deep into a lot of the so-called hominids and transitionals. But that's my question to you, Jackson, is how do you feel about, and you may even disagree with this, actually. That's why I don't mind pushback. But I find after examining all the best so-called examples of ape-to-man evolution, so-called basal forms of humans or primitive forms, as they'll call it. Right? They'll look at they'll pick up the most anomalous bone in the fossil record, and they'll say, you know, see, this is basal because there's some anomalies when you compare it to extant humans. But from my investigation into this, I've been able to, I believe, sufficiently categorize every so-called transition or example of a basal human as either fully human, degenerated human, fully ape, degenerated ape, or amazingly an artificial species. Like I've got a couple articles in front of me, including a couple papers that talk about how Australopithecus sediba and Homo habilis may indeed be the result of the accidental mixture of ape and human bones, right? So that's what I mean by artificial species, is in that which is called Australopithecus sediba isn't actually a real species. It's a mixture. What are your thoughts on that, Jackson?
Well, there are 2 good specimens of Australopithecus sediba, so I think it's pretty unlikely that they're artificial species. And habilis might be, and Rudolfensis might be the same species, or they might be an Australopithecus. It really doesn't matter what you call it at that point. But yeah.
Actually, John, if you could share my screen. Can you see my screen, guys?
No, born 100 years late. I only have like 3.
John,
There's only 3 of them.
Oh, you can see my. Okay.
Okay. But the thing about sediba is they're not really thought to be our direct ancestor. They're more of an offshoot.
Right.
They're the timeline and the some of the features doesn't really match with what we would expect from a true human ancestor.
Well, from my experience debating, I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. From my experience debating some pretty militant evolutionists, they'll look to sediba and habilis. For example, Gutsit Gibbon, she's got a video titled something similar to, you know, the perfect transitionals, something like that, or a creationist worst nightmare. And the two
Yeah.
she picked out are Australopithecus sediba and Homo habilis. But what's funny is,
Yeah,
is
I
those
wouldn't have picked Sediba.
Yeah, and those are the two most disputed. Like, for example, even if it wasn't an artificial species, as you pointed out, just in 2018, 2019, there's many paleoanthropologists pointing out that Australopithecus sediba has been ousted as a direct ancestor to the Homo genus, right?
Yeah, it's more.
But then there's also those right here that I was pointing out. Just to demonstrate what I was saying is true. Human missing link species may be jumble of species. And Ella Bin and Yoel Rack, they've pointed out that Australopithecus sediba is a mixture of Homo and also apes. And also, and last thing I'll say too, and I'll get your thoughts, Jackson, famous paleoanthropologist Lee Berger, he's actually recently admitted that Australopithecus afarensis, right, Lucy, the famous Lucy species, is a chimeric species. It's the mixture of human and ape bones as well. So Lucy, being one of the most favorite so-called examples of human evolution over the years, is now even being looked at as a possible chimeric species. So my point is, it doesn't really seem like there's any really strong examples, when if human evolution is true, I feel like there should just be so many examples that it's just undeniable, it's overwhelming, and I just don't think that we really see that. Yeah, go ahead. What are your thoughts, Jackson?
Well, there are a couple other specimens of afarensis than Lucy, like the big man and the Salem child, that are partially complete skeletons, and they're like hundreds of other incomplete just fragments. So I don't think it's a chimeric species, but there's one almost fully complete specimen of Australopithecus prometheus, or which might be an early Africanus, that shows that it was trapped in limestone, Sturgeon cave. So we know that all the bones belong to the same individual conclusively. And it's not on our direct lineage, most likely, but it's still an offshoot showing the progression, you know.
Right. But that seems to be my biggest problem, is the best so-called examples of a true transition from ape to man, Australopithecine-like ancestors up to Homo habilis, up to Homo erectus, and eventually Homo sapiens. They always consist of such a scattered bone collection, right? Lucy here was originally found in hundreds of pieces, and that's how you can even get chimeric species in the first place, is because, like, for example, when you hear, because you keep saying, you know, they got this many specimens, and you know, when you hear defenders of evolution say, you know, we've got 400 specimens of Lucy, people think, oh wow, they got 400 full complete skeletons. Right. So, for example, this is an example of what they mean by 400 specimens. It's 400 fragments here. Everybody on the panel can see. So they turn this into that. I mean, it's amazing. From these fragments, they know what Lucy looked like and what Lucy's husband and child looked like.
a lot of assumptions went into putting that together, I think, just like the geologic column theory. You know, don't get me wrong, it's not bad to try to guess things, but whenever you put things together just the way that you think they fit, and they just, you know, happen to almost fit that way, it doesn't really prove anything. It's a theory, don't get me wrong, but it hasn't been observed. I mean, it hasn't gone through a scientific.
I wouldn't even call it a good theory.
It's a hypothesis at best.
Well, they'll say it's a theory, but something way, way before a theory is a hypothesis.
Yeah, I mean, a theory at least has to be tested once, correct? I mean, you kind of hypothesize about it, then you test, observe, repeat, and, you know, form a theory as you go, kind of thing.
For example, if I had a theory, you know, I had an idea that a cow, you know, we know cows can jump. So, I mean, if you feed it enough, train it enough, eventually it'll be able to jump over the moon. we know there's no evidence for that. There's nothing supporting it. So it's always just going to stay as a hypothesis. And that's exactly what we see with human evolution. They have an idea, but it's not supported by the data, which means it's just going to remain a poor hypothesis. And I'd be curious as to Jackson's thoughts here too, because they'll try and say, well, you've got your Australopithecines, 6 to 8 million years ago. And then, eventually you got Homo habilis, which they'll say is a perfect transition of Australopithecus-like ancestors to the Homo genus. But what we actually see is extensive coexistence of even the earliest Australopithecines and man. And I have a list of examples as to how we know they coexisted. And we find human limb bones, human jaw bones, human hands, foot bones. We find human footprints, human bones, shelters, stone tools, butchered bones, showing that it's humans, obviously the ones doing this butchering, and also humans being buried with Australopithecines. And last thing I'll say, examples of humans eating robust Australopithecines. So my point is, we see such overlap, which is actually what we would expect after the flood and post-Babel or even pre-Babel, is we would see a lot of this coexistence, right? What are your thoughts on that significant coexistence we see, Jackson?
Well, nothing I've read has suggested that humans in their modern forms survived alongside Australopithecines, but maybe Homo habilis or some other early Homo species did. And I know Australopithecus anamensis and Australopithecus afarensis inhabited the same area at the same time, but it's inferred that anamensis may be its ancestor. But maybe one population diverged and became afarensis, and one population kind of remained fairly similar in anamensis. Might be one explanation for that, but I'm not familiar with humans living alongside Australopithecines.
Yeah, you find example after example of it. For example, here's a quote from famous paleoanthropologist Richard Leakey. "I see no reason that bands of Homo would not have killed and eaten robust Australopithecines when they could, just as they killed and ate antelopes and other prey animals." There's also a quote from
I know what you're talking about now. The robust Australopithecines, like Paranthropus, they did live alongside like Homo habilis.
Right. But remember, if people like even Lee Berger are admitting that, well, Australopithecus afarensis may be a chimeric species, mixture of Homo and 8 bones. Well, that means by definition, humans must have lived alongside or coexisted with the Australopithecine. Now, I know what you're saying is, well, maybe it's a basal form of humans, right? You're saying, well, maybe it's erectus. But that's the point, is the data that we find pertaining to, so-called early humans. I'm trying to pull up the paper here on Homo erectus. I can't find the paper, but I do have an example here that Homo erectus has evidence for purposeful navigation, has evidence for being able to speak, but Homo erectus also has evidence for what's called reductive evolution. And that's where you have these subpopulations isolating themselves. And what results is inbreeding and accelerated genetic degeneration. So they'll pull up these anomalous features, these anomalous bones, and they'll say, see, this is basal to extant humans today. When in fact, no, what we're looking at is something that's fully human, but it's riddled with pathology, it's riddled with disease, it's riddled with degeneration. So where they're saying is, this is basal, this is primitive, it's actually just an example of a fully human people group experiencing reductive evolution, which isn't evidence for obviously ape to man evolution. Yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
Well, we don't have DNA for erectus, but we do for Neanderthals, which aren't our ancestors, they're more our cousins. But we differ by 202 base pairs in the mitochondrial DNA, which indicates there are different species. So I don't think there's a degenerated human or a different human.
if my screen's still shared, you can see the drastic difference in understanding pertaining to Neanderthalensis. 1856, they articulated and represented him as this brutish half ape, half man. But today, for example, in 2015, the reconstructions have drastically changed. And this is based on the fact that now we know that Neanderthals buried their dead, made musical instruments, tools, cosmetics, jewelry, and purses. Their DNA shows that they were human and interbred with us. I mean, we literally have their genetics. And the reason why they are different in terms of their genetics, as in there's a slight divergence, right? Even though they're still 99.7% similar to us, right? Every human today is 99.999% similar. Neanderthals, which are an extinct people group, they're 99.7% similar. Well, we'd expect their genetics to be slightly divergent because they were the most inbred people group on the planet, actually. And they accumulated a lot of recessive mutations came to the forefront because they existed in small tribes. Therefore, they were highly inbred. And what would result is rapid fixation of new genetic variants. So that explains why they're slightly different in their genetics. But we actually have paleoanthropologists that will admit Homo neanderthalensis should be considered a subspecies of Homo sapiens rather than a separate species. I think the only people that want to say Neanderthals are a sister species or a separate species are those that are so committed to the ape to man evolution story that they'll say, well, sure, according to the modern definition of species, then yes, they would be the same species. But, assumption after assumption pertaining to human evolution, they can't actually be a descendant of Homo sapiens, so therefore they'll put them as a sister species. But the actual genetic data and also the fossil data would just suggest that they're a variant of human, but they are degenerated due to inbreeding. Go ahead, Jackson.
Well, if they were degenerated due to inbreeding, and all humans started out with two individuals, why aren't we all the same amount of inbred?
That's a good question, actually. That would be because, and I think you and I discussed this in our debate as to what the fundamental difference is between our model and your model when it comes to the origin of genetic diversity. For example, how do you explain, from an evolutionary starting point, the origin of most or all genetic variation?
Well, I don't know. I'm honestly don't have a good explanation for it. I know other people do. I'm just not the best representative for some of this subject matter. But,
no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not referring to like the origin of the first life or the first cell. I'm talking about the DNA variety, the DNA differences that exist within species and across species. I'm just talking about how I'm really hearing some feedback. So I don't know. Hopefully whoever's not talking, just mute. I don't think it's you though, Jackson. So for example, here, if my screen's still shared, it says the ultimate source of all genetic variation is mutation, right? The evolutionary model, they'll say that mutations add genetic diversity, right? Because mutations are adding something that was not previously there. So the evolutionary model looks to mutations as being the source for all genetic variation. And eventually you have processes like recombination, which can scramble up that genetic variation, those DNA differences, creating new varieties and new species. But our model, as a creationist, we look to created nuclear heterozygosity. So what that, it sounds fancy, but all it means is the original created types or kinds, they would have been front loaded with genetic variation. So you look to mutations as being the ultimate source. We actually look to most genetic variation as being not by mutation, but by being the result of design, initial front loading at creation. So that means Adam and Eve would have had no mutations. They would have had no genetic mistakes, no genetic defects at creation. and therefore there wouldn't have been an inbreeding problem. Yes, there would have had to have been inbreeding the first couple generations, but there'd be no mutations those first few generations to actually come to the forefront and lead to genetic damage. But the evolutionary model, there's a problem for you, Jackson, because you explain genetic variation as being the result of mutation. So yeah, you actually have an inbreeding problem when it comes to the out of Africa population bottleneck, for example, because you have all of these mutations in hidden recessive form that are going to come to the forefront and be manifested, leading to accelerated genetic damage. So that's how we don't have a mutation problem or an inbreeding problem, just to answer your question. Yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
Well, even if Adam and Eve had a perfect genome, their offspring wouldn't. They would be damaged by the sun's rays, or genetic code would be damaged to some extent somehow. But even if it wasn't, you have long after the fall, you have Noah's Ark, which is another severe genetic bottleneck where there are only 3 pairs. So we're back to the same problem of why aren't all humans the same amount of inbred?
Well, it's not a problem because when you
ask the royal family.
Ask the royal family. So you'd have Adam and Eve who would immediately start having kids, and then their kids would start having kids, and so on and so forth. Adam and Eve would have had dozens and dozens of kids. Now, what we see in terms of the biblical bottlenecks, we can actually reflect them on phylogenetic trees, is we see that's why you see this starburst pattern, right? Where you have explosive growth from a center point. We can see this in the mitochondrial DNA and the Y chromosome. Okay, Y chromosome is inherited from our father, mitochondrial DNA from our mother. So the point I'm trying to make is the biblical bottlenecks, they were short. They were 1 or 2 generations max, and they were followed by rapid and exponential population growth. So what that actually means by definition when it comes to bottlenecks is very limited genetic diversity would be lost. And since at creation, you'd have no genetic mutations to come to the forefront, you wouldn't have any genetic damage. And at the flood, you would have, 1 generation followed by rapid and exponential population growth. You wouldn't have the type of mutation accumulation that we see today. But the problem is, Jackson, I'd be curious as to how you answer this. Actually, I should set it up first by asking you, since today all humans are 99.99% similar, right? That means humans have low genetic diversity. This was contradictory to what the evolutionary community expected, right? Because if you're evolving from the Australopithecines up to Homo habilis, up to Erectus, and supposedly Erectus lived on the globe for millions of years, and then eventually Homo sapiens. Well, every generation you have new mutations pouring into the next generation. That would be adding diversity. So we today should have high diversity, but how can we have low diversity, would you say, Jackson?
Well, I know some African populations have an incredible amount of diversity. I know that people outside of Africa have a lower amount. And I think that fits with the model of starting in Africa and going elsewhere. But what was I going to say?
But remember,
diversity. Yeah.
Well, remember, when you look at Africans and non-Africans, right? Africans and non-Africans are still human. So overall, whether you look at an African or a non-African, there's still low genetic diversity. I mean, and this goes for the uniparentally inherited DNA compartments as well, like the mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome. For example, in the mitochondrial DNA, the average amount of differences between any 2 people is about 20 to 25. Now, the most is about 120, maybe 125. That would be between like me and an African. So yes, Africans have more genetic diversity than non-Africans, but overall, humans in general, both Africans and non-Africans, still have low genetic diversity, especially compared to other species. So my question is, why isn't there a greater amount of genetic diversity if deep time evolution is true?
Well, there was a genetic bottleneck 50 to 100,000 years ago of where the human population got down to a few thousand individuals, they think, based on genetics. And there are animals with lower genetic diversity than we have, and you would think it would be uniform across all species because of the ark. But like cheetahs, they got down to just a few individuals, and they're having all kinds of problems now. Same with Tasmanian devils. I would ask, why aren't all animals suffering severe inbreeding consequences if they all went through a bottleneck at the ark?
Right. Those are good questions. Your first answer was correct. So let me address that. Before I do, I just wanted to point out the source, and then I'm going to stop screen sharing for now. Because in the debate, it was brought up by, I think, Sam Jenkins, that we found human footprints in layers that are millions of years old, that we probably shouldn't find them. Here's two examples: the Laetoli footprints, which I'm sure you're aware of, and then more recently, footprints in Crete that were dated to 5.7 million years old. And those that discovered and have examined these footprints, they've admitted that, okay, if these were found today, let's say they were found on a beach today, they would be indistinguishable from human, as in the only conclusion you'd make is they're human. But because they're being found in millions of years worth of strata, then it's this circular reasoning going on. So now they're saying, well, we know humans were not around back then, so therefore they can't be human, and therefore what are they, right? And
yeah, if these are human, this blows our whole thing apart, right? That's
right.
Kind of
exactly. So they can't conclude, well, these are human footprints, even though that's exactly what they like. Here's an example. Here's the Laetoli footprints, right? Inline big toe.
Yeah.
Here's a chip. Here's a human foot. I mean, a modern human footprint perfectly overlaps the Laetoli footprint. Now, they've done studies, and I've read the studies where they try. Yeah, go ahead.
It also overlaps with the afarensis foot. They found enough foot bones to basically say that the toe was in line with the other toes. As for the Crete footprints, they're not perfectly human. They're shaped a little bit differently. They're a little bit broader, a little bit shorter.
I've seen people with some inhuman feet before. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing about that, is when it comes to afarensis, what they actually have in terms of what they think is a foot bone, or an example of what their feet look like, is, okay, it's circular reasoning, is this footprint, okay, that they've just arbitrarily concluded belongs to afarensis, and small little fragments, which many paleoanthropologists have admitted those fragments don't even belong to afarensis. They're just a human. The reason why they look human, the fragments, is because they are human. And this is the paper I wanted to show you earlier. Donald Johansen, he points out, and he is the discoverer of Lucy. He pointed out that his collection suggested that Homo and Australopithecus coexisted as early as 3 million years ago. Now, granted, this Homo could be Homo erectus, but as I've demonstrated, Homo erectus is still fully human, still considered a human, just a degenerated human. Now, they've tried to say that the stride on the Laetoli footprint is slightly divergent from humans today, which is just ridiculous. I mean, there's different strides today. If I'm striding through sand and I've got a limp or my knee's sore or something, I mean, there's so many variations in strides that to conclude that, well, this isn't human, this is a transitional form of human based on their stride or something like that, to me is rather weak. And Jackson, before you comment on that, because I feel free to do so, your question about the genetic diversity is correct. The evolutionists will say, well, we expected higher genetic diversity. We found that humans have low diversity. Therefore, there must have been some type of near extinction event roughly 70 to maybe 200,000 years ago, right? There's debate over it. And what would have happened was humans at that time would have been downsized or reduced to between 2 and 10,000. So what happens when you have a population of 2 to 10,000 for many, many, many years, maybe even thousands of years, while you have inbreeding, which then reduces levels of genetic diversity. But my problem with that whole model is, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier, Jackson. Okay. We as creationists, we explain the origin of genetic variation as being designed and created, right? But you guys, you explain the origin of genetic variation as being the result of mutations. So this hypothetical population bottleneck, it doesn't work, Jackson, because you have a population of 2 to 10,000 humans that are inbreeding for who knows how many years, thousands of years maybe. You'd have so many negative, deleterious, and disease-causing mutations coming to the forefront that so-called hypothetical bottleneck actually would have driven humans to extinction rather than a spreading out into all parts of the world where this so-called human population sees dominion over the planet, eventually inventing the space shuttle. This inbreeding event would have been detrimental. I don't think it's realistic. Yeah, go ahead, Jackson. I said a lot there.
Well, biologists think the minimum population size for a viable population is 100 pairs. So 1,000 wouldn't have been the end of the world, but it would have reduced genetic diversity by a lot.
But remember, you've got 2 to 10,000, not for one generation, not for 2 generations, but you'd need hundreds, maybe thousands of generations in order to reduce all of that genetic diversity in the first place. Remember that the human population before the bottleneck would have had high diversity. So now the evolutionary community invokes the bottleneck. So it reduces the human population at that time to say between 2 and 10,000. Now they require, and they never give a number because they don't know, but let's say thousands of years worth of inbreeding in order to reduce the levels of diversity. I mean, that population would have been so genetically damaged. It's not just 1 or 2 generations. That's the problem. We see an example of this today, Jackson, as you pointed out, with the cheetahs. Cheetahs are experiencing a genetic bottleneck. They're down to 7,000. Their sperm is degenerate. They're highly degenerate. Conservationists are worried about them. And we're obviously not going to expect this population of 7,000 cheetahs to suddenly spread out into all parts of the world, seizing dominion over the planet, right? They're highly degenerate. And that's an example of what that population of humans would have been like. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the population, they think, was at one point down to a few individuals, and that's the problem. It's not that it's 7,000 today. It's that it was even lower in the past through probably natural processes, and they just barely survived.
What would have brought the cheetahs down to 3 individuals?
A few individuals. It could have been disease, could have been the ice age, and their habitat nearly got wiped out. No one knows.
It's more so hypothetical, but you're asking about the genetic diversity levels in all animals. Why don't they reflect a flood bottleneck? The thing is, they do.
Yeah.
Because we have, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the newer Rockefeller study on genetic boundaries and the CO1 gene, the barcoding gene. It's in the mitochondria. It's a highly conserved mitochondrial gene called the CO1 gene. It's highly conserved, and there's low genetic diversity in all species. You've probably heard the headline over and over again, Jackson, or maybe anybody on the panel. There's been many articles written on it where it talks about how over 90% of today's species arose or originated at exactly the same time. That's based on this genetic boundary study. So yeah, that makes sense to us because we had a flood bottleneck 4,500 years ago where you have all these archetypes coming out, spreading into all parts of the world. So the diversity levels we see in these highly conserved genes within animal species, they do reflect the flood bottleneck. Yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
Well, I know the paper you're talking about. I don't remember all the details of it, but I remember that it got misinterpreted by one news outlet, and people ran with that. I don't remember all the details.
Well, they said it was misinterpreted because what they did is they took the genetic data and they calibrated it with their assumed deep time evolutionary history, right? So they said, well, the young Earth creationists are misrepresenting this data because, the authors of this paper are saying that the origin of these species goes back 200,000 years ago. But the thing is, when you actually read the paper, they're not basing that off the genetic data. They're basing that off of circular reasoning and calibration. When we only go by the genetic data, we can safely say that this bottleneck, where 90% of today's species arose at the same time, was actually indeed 4,500 years ago. But you have to read through the lines. You have to read through the evolutionary-based assumptions in the paper to come to that conclusion. You have to realize, okay, the date they're getting of 200,000 years, that's not based on genetics. That's actually based on the geological column. So to me, that's not misrepresenting the paper. That's just reading the paper in an unbiased way, where we're not just assuming the conclusions and assuming the evolutionary assumptions. We're looking at the empirical data, and then we're making our conclusions. Go ahead, Jackson.
Well, I haven't read the paper, so I can't really argue against it. So,
No, that's fine. I just wanted to answer your question as to why we
Yeah.
don't see genetic diversity levels representing or being reflective of a flood bottleneck 4,500 years ago. And my point is we do. We do, because we actually see low diversity in humans, which is what we would expect. God created two people, Adam and Eve, 6,000 years ago. That would reduce genetic diversity right off the bat. We know God created populations of animals, so we'd expect a greater diversity within animal populations. That's exactly what we see today. And because of the flood bottleneck 4,500 years ago, we would expect a lot of these highly conserved genes to be reflective of that. And that's also what we find is low diversity in animal populations within the mitochondrial DNA barcoding gene. So, I mean, to me, it's really just fascinating how well the scientific data corroborates the biblical count of origins. I haven't seen theistic evolutionists deal with it. I haven't seen old earth creationists deal with it. And I certainly haven't seen atheists deal with it. But I've been talking a lot, so I yield.
Well, my point is the genetic diversity seems to be variable between species. Like Tuatara seems to have a good amount of genetic diversity from what I've read, or maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But the cheetah doesn't. Tasmanian devil doesn't. So you would think they would be all identical if they all originated from two animals on the ark.
Well, we wouldn't expect them to all be identical because you have different generation times, different reproductive rates. We have some animal kinds that were brought in sevens as compared to in twos, depending on clean versus unclean. Larger mammals like elephants are not going to reproduce as quickly as smaller mammals like mice. But overall, the rule is we see greater diversity in animals than we see in humans. Of course, there's always going to be an exception to the rule, but the exception to the rule doesn't overturn the rule. And the example of cheetahs, of course, after the flood, you would have had a couple cheetahs, maybe. No, you wouldn't have cheetahs. You would have had the cheetah archetype, right? You would have had some cat archetype on board the ark, possibly Polarius, if you want to look that up. I think something similar to that, which would have given rise simply through the shuffling of these front-loaded genetic differences, simply through recombination and gene conversion. You get from one cat archetype off the ark into what we see today: house cats, lions, jaguars, cheetahs. So eventually you would have had a breakaway population. That population would have changed enough where you can consider it a new species. You could say, okay, this is a cheetah, but that cheetah would have faced a different historical and environmental history than the other felids. And therefore the cheetahs might have went into a bottleneck. It's not like a one size rule fits all, right? So yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I don't really have anything to argue with. I mean, I'm going to go on to the next thing or whatever about human evolution.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's I think that was a great back and forth. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
I'm wondering how many specimens they have together. I was trying to look it up earlier of, these different types of homos or whatever, Homo erectus, Homo habilis. I haven't seen, definitive proof that they've gotten more than like basically that little pile of bones you showed earlier. I was wondering how they determined that type of, diversity in the genes and that sort of thing. I was hoping you could elaborate a little bit on that earlier, but I never got around to it. I keep getting kid aggro, so I keep running off and like chasing children around.
I feel your pain, brother. No worries. Well, what's interesting is we don't have the genetics for. I always point out this fact.
Hey, yeah,
go ahead.
SFT real quick. So, born 100 years late, $5 super chat says, SFT, thank you, brother. In my life, I've heard only a few speak about the truth like you do. Jackson, I hope you consider what he is saying.
Well, I
appreciate
everything. I appreciate the kind words. Born 100 years late. I find this topic of ancestry fascinating, so I've done my best to look at both sides, and I'm just not very convinced that the evolutionary side. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want to explain this to Andrew for about the 50,000th time? He doesn't
I've got a whole
understand.
playlist of debates with Andrew just because he's still talking a big
He
game.
still doesn't understand heterozygosity and a front-loaded genome. He does not understand what that means. It's really amazing.
It's good practice, though, if you keep practicing doing it. And
yeah. I've only written several books on it, Andrew, and had complete debates on it. Created heterozygosity just means, in simple terms, a state of DNA diversity. Homozygosity means a state of no DNA diversity. So the original created kinds would have obviously been created in a state of DNA diversity. For example, the Bible says, be fruitful and multiply. Now, would God have wanted that to be carried out through cloning? Because if the original created kinds were created genetically homogeneous with no DNA diversity, that's exactly what would have occurred. Cloning. Okay, there's no DNA diversity built in. So for God to design organisms with the front-loaded capacity for change, for diversity, that makes more sense of God's command to be fruitful and multiply. That means the DNA differences we see for the most part between species within species, we would predict that since they're the result of initial design, they should be functional, beneficial, and useful. And these predictions have been in print for years and years and years. And as the years go on, John can speak to this, we find paper after paper of just that. DNA sequences, DNA elements that we once thought were non-functional evolutionary leftovers, they're actually showing and proving to be functional and highly beneficial to healthy life processes in the cell of all life. I mean, that's a fulfilled prediction right there. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, me?
Oh, I don't know. I guess it's anybody that wants to comment.
Very good point. Very good point. So real quick, so ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Alexander is the first to subscribe to the new Twitch channel. So if anybody wants to head on over to Twitch and sub to the channel, feel free to do so. Link is in the side chat.
That a boy, Patrick.
But yeah, man, this whole conversation of like, I really don't grasp why so many Evo atheists have such a hard time grasping that premise in relation to how it would, in many instances, account for what they think is proof of evolution from a phylogenetic perspective. It's like, if you have divergence and deletion of, you had their pre-existing capacity, you go down a level, and you now don't necessarily have the previous version accessible, it's going to look like a hierarchy.
Exactly.
Like, this is not that complicated. And this is what I talk about in relation to like computer software all the freaking time, and nobody seems to grasp. Although last night or the night before, whenever it was, with Deepak, who was he's a machine learning artificial intelligence developer, he understood exactly what I was talking about when I was talking about something as simple as user permissions and the hierarchies that are created in that logic in basically every software application that exists. And developers understand this. Now, some of them who are the hardcore atheists don't want to accept that the same logic applies to genetics or could apply to genetics, but it doesn't mean that it's not real. And
right, like how would you explain like apply. Yeah, like how would you explain like symbiotic relationships and things like that? I didn't mean to cut you off, dude. My bad.
No, that's a great. Actually, John, a pull-up Andrew Desperate Cummings worthless argument that we've demolished a million times there, where he says recombination does not lead. Okay, so recombination does not lead to this diversity when there are only two alleles at one loci. Okay, which is a genetic location, and two individuals to start with can't happen. John, just out of curiosity, how many loci do you think exist in, let's say, the human genome?
Oh, no idea, but it's a lot.
A lot. Okay, so I'm going to teach Andrew here, who I've had several debates with, same with John, basic science. Okay, it goes back to this idea of just in basic genetics, big A, big B, little b. Okay, so the point is, Adam and Eve would have been created with millions of DNA positions, where what they would have is allelic diversity. They'd have capital A, lowercase a, capital B, lowercase b. Okay. You wouldn't just do this in 2 spots within the genome. I mean, you would have this kind of heterozygosity in millions of DNA positions that exist. Let me repeat that, Andrew. You'd have DNA heterozygosity in millions of DNA positions that exist. Okay. It's erroneous to say an allele is just, 2 or more genetic variants when you don't actually elaborate on the fact that this is DNA variety at a specific loci. Now, because you have millions of genetic locations in the genome, you then have pretty well an unlimited potential to produce all sorts of variety, even in a single generation. Think about Adam and Eve. They got millions of spots in their genome that are heterozygous, big A, little a, big B, little b. In one generation of recombination where you scramble up those DNA differences, John, what are you going to get? You're going to get amazing variety, unbelievable variety. The evolutionists, they don't believe you can get variety quick because remember, they need millions and millions of years to build up this allelic diversity in the first place because they look to mutations, right? Well, if that allelic diversity is already built in from the start, then all it takes is 1 or 2 generations to produce variety. This goes back to my debate with Sloppy Saint a couple of weeks ago with John here on the channel. I mean, I must have tried to explain that to him 100 different ways. He just wouldn't get it because he kept trying to say, oh, no, you can't explain all the species today in a young Earth creation model. And I'm like, yeah, if you assume that the origin of all DNA varieties mutations, of course not. You need millions of years to build up the variety. But if it's built in from the start, you get visible distinctiveness in 1 generation. Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. It's just like and if everybody else wants to weigh in, feel free. But I mean, I just don't get why this premise seems so difficult to comprehend. I really wonder if Evo atheism prevents people from actually thinking and doing an analysis of anything that actually contradicts their standard talking points. And that's just
they can't.
The more I interact with people and observe the responses and like the apparent inability to grasp concepts, like what you're talking about, it's like they think, this contradicts evolution. I will not compute, cannot compute. They go into complete like system meltdown, red spiral, or spiral death. And
like Andrew right now, pull up his next comment where he says, you're not addressing what I said. Put it up. This guy who just is incapable of addressing. Yeah, right there. Okay. Andrew, again, listen. Okay. Because I know most of it goes over your head. And Andrew still hasn't been able to, for one, make better predictions than the young Earth creation model. 2, he's been incapable of addressing the phylogenetic data from the mitochondrial DNA and the Y-chromosome. Okay, Andrew, as I've pointed out, when we start from the genomic position definition of an allele, okay, rather than your gene unit definition, I've even pointed this out to Joshua Stramidas, and I noticed in some of his later interviews, I think he's accepted correction without admitting it because I've noticed he's also been using the genomic position definition of an allele now as well. Okay, so let's put this into perspective. Let's take one single gene, right, John? Just one gene. Okay, well, we know that one single gene usually spans roughly thousands of nucleotides. Okay, and then you have these variants. Okay, these single nucleotide variants, you have them distributed throughout that gene. Okay, for example, let's say at 90 of the nucleotides within the gene, you have single nucleotide variants. Okay, well, that means every single one of those 90 variants, okay, that means they would have existed in a heterozygous state in each of the individuals of the pairs, let's say, brought on board the ark. And then obviously the creation event where you have more than just pairs. I mean, just from one single gene, you have a tremendous potential for allelic diversity. I mean, the question is, why don't we see even more variety today? You know,
the other thing,
arguments
and the other thing, something else that has to be addressed, and I know this will go right over Jackson, not you, Andrew's head, is the variability that is, we know beyond doubt is possible from the regulatory perspective. So caterpillar to butterfly, right? We can take on an entirely different form, not just a kind of different form, an entirely different form can happen. The genome actually doesn't change. Regulation of it does. And in fact, lots of it like melt, like literally melt and disappear. Anyway, my point is that we know beyond doubt from observed evidence that from a regulatory expression variance of gene expression through variety of regulation can dramatically change things in real time. So to somehow argue that, oh, the gene is, the only thing that could have cause a change would be, allele variant, and somehow say that's the only thing that you have to account for in terms of potential variation of species and, like body plans, all that kind of stuff, is like, to me, it's a very, very small observation frame of reference in terms of like what is actually necessary from a big picture perspective. And I think because actually looking at it from a bigger perspective, the right now, so good grief, Andrew's continuing to be dumb. Do you want to address that, SFT?
Yeah, he's misrepresenting because he's not getting it. Okay, let's take Adam and Eve, for example, okay? Just Adam and Eve at creation. So let's say they're created genetically heterozygous. Well, what does this mean? This means that they would be a mix of capital and what? And lowercase letters. Capital A, lowercase a, capital B, lowercase b. Okay, that means they were probably something like a middle brown skin. Okay. And therefore, just from that mix of capital and lowercase letters all throughout the genome at millions of DNA positions, DNA spots within the genome, they have pretty well unlimited potential to produce every shade of skin that exists on this planet today. And this is the same for the animal kinds. Okay, you bring on a cat archetype, a dog archetype, a bear archetype, you name it. All of those front-loaded DNA differences, those front-loaded functional DNA differences can transcribe and explain all the different species we see today, all the different species of bears, all the different species of felids, canids. And a prediction of this model is DNA function. And we now have over 80% of the genome. We have evidence that over 80% of the genome is active. Now, we don't know what every DNA sequence does, and that's why we have PhD young Earth creationists like Nathaniel Jensen, for example, who is making very specific predictions, saying, okay, through mutagenesis, we're going to figure out that this is important to the genome, this DNA sequence, therefore it's going to lead to this disease, or, this gene here is not truly neutral, it's actually multifunctional, and therefore multifunctionality explains a lot of the hierarchical patterns, so on and so. I mean, you could read these papers, you can read these predictions, but these critics don't do so. It's just looking really bad for them at this point. John, did that make sense, brother?
Yeah, I mean, I totally follow what you're saying, but let's stop trying to.
Yeah. We've given enough time to Andrew, so we'll let other people jump in.
I know.
Yeah, I was supposed to say he's just over here derailing. It looks like that's kind of funny.
Yeah, Slavic. You can come back in, brother. Sorry about he was waiting while we were ranting. I don't know, Jackson. I think you'd come off mute there for a second. Do you have something you wanted to insert?
No, not really. I'm not really into genetics that deep, so I'm not the one to argue that position, really.
Well, Jackson, let me ask you a question. What would be your favorite fossil specimen in terms of what you believe is a good example of like a transitional or a basal-like human?
A human? Let me think. Probably my favorite fossil, not that it's the best ancestor, but my favorite fossil is the Littlefoot specimen, the Australopithecus prometheus, because it's the most complete.
Obviously, I have some comments to make on that, but I don't want to. Anyone else want to engage the fossil evidence with Jackson, because that's more a specialty? We'll kind of get off the genetics. I can engage him further, but I know we've been engaging quite a bit on this. So, anyone else have any thoughts or?
I got a quick question. A lot of this stuff is way over my head, but I always wondered about how in the world did they know how far away we are from the genetics of like the super early humans? I mean, I'm assuming it's because they compare us to apes, just because, I mean, nobody has the genetic code of, really old humans, whatever they're called.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great question. I was going to point this out earlier, but I've often made the point that when we're trying to answer this important question of ancestry, I usually label it as separate ancestry or universal ancestry, right? Then we need to look to genetics. We need to look to traits, because that's what's inherited in sperm and egg. That's how we're going to answer the question of ancestry. But yeah, a lot of these bones found in the dirt, a lot of these fossil specimens, we don't actually have their genetics. So oftentimes there's a lot of inference being made simply based on morphology, simply based on a collection of bone fragments. And that's why the fossil record itself involves a lot of fancy storytelling. The story is oftentimes changing. That's why when we got the Neanderthal genetics, we quickly realized, wow, I mean, we interbred with them. We literally have their genetics. They're human, but we don't have the genetics of the Australopithecines. We don't have the genetics of most of these so-called examples of human evolution. So yeah, that's a good question. It's a lot of inference. Also looking to the chimpanzee genome, comparing chimpanzee genetics with human genetics, comparing human genetics with gorilla genetics, so on and so forth. But yeah, they don't have the genetics of most of these fossil specimens.
So would it be fair to say it's like completely guessing at, well, because we have similar genetics code to, let's say, an animal, well, then therefore we are related. It's literally just guessing because you have an assumption that we came from them. If we didn't have that assumption that we came from them, then you can just be like, like the Ford car. I heard this, I don't know where I heard this, but like they have different models. Does not mean that they're all evolving to a newer and better model. It's just that different, one designer designed a bunch of them. So if they don't hold to that dogmatic view that we're all evolving, well, at least, different we were apes earlier and now we're a little bit more non-apes. If they didn't hold to that view, the genetic information wouldn't be pointing to that. Is that correct?
Exactly. I like the way Kent puts it, since it was Kent versus Jackson today. He says, just because the lug nuts of a Pontiac are interchangeable with that of a Chevy doesn't mean that they evolved from a skateboard millions of years ago, right? It demonstrates a common designer, just to put it simply. Jackson, I saw that you unmuted yourself. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say it's getting pretty late over here. Well, not over here, but just for me. So I'm probably going to head out. That's all right with you guys.
Of course. Yeah, Jackson, you've been busy tonight. You had a 2-hour debate and now a 2-hour after show. You're a champ, so I appreciate it. If you want, you can have some final thoughts, final words before you get out of here. But it's up to you.
No, I just thought it went good. I mean, I enjoyed it, win or lose. I haven't decided if I won or lost yet. I'll have to watch it back. I'm probably going to do that here in a minute and go to bed.
Yeah, it's pretty late here as well. I got to go make sure everybody's still in their bed too. Dude, you did a great job, Jackson. I didn't mean to steal your. I'm gonna get off too.
No, thanks. All right, well, see you guys later.
Hey, blessings, Jackson. Great debate. Dano as well. I was gonna say before he left, I liked his profile picture there. I thought that was funny. So Jackson, yeah, I'll shoot you an email sometime. And again, great debate, tons of fun.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was fun. All right, I'll see you guys later.
Appreciate it, Jackson. Have a good one, man. I just stepped away for a second. Appreciate you joining the after show.
So just to kind of double check here. So most of this genetic, the stuff they talk about, or geneticists, at least the ones that are talking about evolution, they're literally making up stories because they have an assumption. It's not like it's hard science, even though they talk about it like it's hard science. Am I understanding this correctly?
Absolutely. Yeah, they don't. You'll be fascinated by this paper that I've been invoking in almost every debate for 3 years. Nobody ever addresses it. John, maybe share my screen just real quick. The genetic data where they build their stories doesn't even help them at all. Because for one, they're finding out that when we actually consider the entirety of the chimpanzee and human genome, we're really only about 88% similar genetically. And that translates into like 400 million DNA differences. Okay, so what we have is a huge number of fixation events. Fixed in genetics just means to get stuck in place. Okay, so we need a huge multitude of fixation events since the split about 6 million years ago between humans and chimpanzees. We know fixation for the most part is relatively slow. So what there is something called a waiting time problem to even get enough fixation events since the split between humans and chimps for human evolution to even be true. But more so recently, when you can see the paper here, chimpanzee, this is a secular paper, this isn't Young Earth Creation. Chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes are remarkably divergent in structure and gene content. So here's what's interesting, is the Y chromosome is non-recombining DNA, okay? We only inherit that DNA compartment from our father. With the nuclear DNA, there's recombination, right? So it recombines, it scrambles, a little more messy. So the Y chromosome should be relatively more stable. So when they sequenced the chimpanzee Y chromosome and human Y chromosome and compared it, they were shocked. They were shocked that, notice here, more than 30% of the chimp Y chromosome lacks an alignable counterpart on the human Y chromosome and vice versa. Page's team found that chimp Y chromosome has only 2/3 as many distinct genes or gene families as the human Y chromosome, and only 47% as many protein coding elements as humans. So point is, the Y chromosome between humans and chimpanzees is only about 35% the same. It's hugely different, massively divergent. Too many differences to explain in just 6 million years since the split. Because remember, you got to consider every single human Y chromosome on the planet is nearly identical. That's how we can build these Y chromosome family trees, and we can trace our last Y chromosomal ancestor back to just 4,500 years ago, because there's low variation. But then the Y chromosome between humans and chimps is only about 35% the same. I mean, how are they going to explain that? Point is, that's exactly what we would expect from a creationist. But it's the genetics that is actually contradictory to the ape to man evolutionary story. So even the genetics is not on their side. The genetics themselves, the genetic data is refuting them. So if they go to the fossil record, okay, they're using fossils and bones to build a story that's not consistent with the genetics. The genetics comes first. That's the direct way to answer this question of ancestry. So they want to overturn the genetic data with their bones found in the dirt, their bone fragments. You see how circular and you see how unscientific that is?
Yeah, that I didn't know this part, but this is just beautiful. I mean, It's like a nail in the coffin.
Oh, it is. It is. I mean, I've debated PhDs on this, and I've brought it up to them, and their best explanation is chimpanzees have had a wild sex life from generation to generation, where they have multiple partners, and therefore, the sperm in their genetics on the male side is doing some crazy things enough to explain the divergence. But, this is all just a guessing game, all a hypothesis. They even admit this is a hypothesis. Put it this way. Okay. They say that our closest cousin is the chimpanzee. Okay. It turns out that our Y chromosome as a human is more similar to the gorilla Y chromosome than it is to the chimpanzee Y chromosome. Well, that ruins their hierarchy. It should be humans and chimpanzees that are closer. Why in the world do we have the gorilla closer to us? And they'll say, well, it's the chimpanzees, the odd man out, because of their interesting polygamous way of mating all throughout history. Just stories, of course, to explain the data. But I mean, there's another nail in the coffin, right?
Yeah, but so if I understood you correctly, the Y does not really recombine correctly. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, it's what's called by genetics uniparentally inherited DNA compartment. Just means that it's only inherited for example, we got our Y chromosome from our father. We got our mitochondrial DNA from our mother. So there's two non-recombining DNA compartments.
Okay, yeah. So technically, it doesn't matter how many partners they would have. It wouldn't really change the Y, and so their theory wouldn't really hold water.
It may degenerate it a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, there wouldn't be any recombination as a factor here. But they could also say, so we know that the Y chromosome actually mutates really fast. So here's a technical paper from Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. He's a Harvard graduate. He works at Answers in Genesis. And he looked at high quality mutation rate studies on the Y chromosome, and he realized that the Y chromosome mutates really fast, way more fast, like about 1 per generation. So this is the title of the paper. He demonstrated that the Y chromosome mutation rate and the number of DNA differences in the Y chromosome suggests a 4,500 year history, which is perfect because that brings us back to Noah, our last Y chromosomal ancestor. So the evolutionists will say, well, okay, the Y chromosome mutates fast. So that explains why the chimpanzee and human Y chromosome is so different. When in fact, it actually makes the problem worse for them. Because think about this. The Y chromosome mutates really fast, right? But when we actually examine Y chromosome diversity worldwide, we've realized that the Y chromosome, no matter what population you look at, it's the same. I mean, there's very low variation, very low differences in the human Y chromosome. So how in the world do you have a very quickly mutating Y chromosome that's also nearly identical worldwide? It should be different. There should be divergent people groups. There should be more diversity. Well, you want to know why? It's because it's young. It only goes back 4,500 years. So although it's fast, there's only been 4,500 years of a fast mutation rate. Does that make sense? It has to be young if it's fast and there's low variation. Because if it went back a couple 100,000 years, well, that would be a couple 100,000 years where we have mutations accumulating in the Y chromosome, which means the Y chromosome should have high diversity. So that actually doesn't help them either. That actually makes the problem worse. So like you said, it's nail after nail after nail in the coffin for the evolutionists.
Yeah, so it's interesting because even if that was the case, it would not just have to, like, a certain line of chimps have to be changed. They would have to have a similar, like pretty much one person's completely changed or one animal changed, and everybody followed that. Everybody else died out, right? Because if it wasn't, it would still, they'd be closer to us than,
Oh yeah,
35%.
Oh yeah, it should be way. I mean, our Y chromosome is only like half the size of the chimpanzee Y chromosome. The architecture, gene content, totally different. For example, Call Me Emo in the chat says what I just said. He's an evolutionist. So here's his rescue device. He says, actually, it's the chimpanzee's Y chromosome that is significantly different. He says mainly due to losses. And that's what I said earlier, right? Is that's their story. It's the chimpanzees, the odd man out. And everybody else's Y chromosome is normal. When no, that's contradictory. The human Y chromosome mutates really fast. So if what Call Me Emo is saying is true, okay, that it's only the chimpanzee Y chromosome that's doing some wild things enough to make it so different, then we should find highly divergent people groups on this planet where the Y chromosomes are quite divergent. Okay, but no, we find one singular Y chromosome worldwide. I think there's about maybe 300 at most. It would be the max differences between any two people. So if you have a mutation rate in the Y chromosome that's 1 per generation, you can easily explain the maximum diversity in the Y chromosome in just 4,500 years. If what Call Me Emo is saying is true, we should find much more divergence in human Y chromosomes, and we don't find that. So every one of their stories and rescue devices is actually refuted by the empirical data. Like we can make a prediction. Like we can look to their rescue device and say, okay, that'll lead to a prediction. Let's see if it's true. And we find out it's false every single time.
Yeah, and another thing that you guys were talking about was the specifics of, like speciation, let's say it that way, how you can have one animal that, breaks down into, like, let's say there was a pre-cheetah, and now that is broke down into different cats. And you can technically explain it by the genetic code degenerating quickly. Yet we don't see that in humans. It's literally staying pretty similar if you look at it in that sense.
Right. Yeah. It's very similar. Right here. All human beings are 99.9% similar, identical in their genetic makeup. I mean, isn't that fascinating? Apparently, we've been evolving for millions of years, and yet we're 99.9% the same. And I was pointing out to Jackson, I was trying to find, I've got thousands of slides, so sometimes it's hard to find the exact paper, but here we go. Inbred Neanderthals left humans a genetic burden. Remember, he was talking about how, Neanderthals are slightly different than us in their DNA. Well, of course, they were the most inbred people group on the planet. Their rungs of homozygosity are amazing. And the systems and the environments that they lived in this cold glacial type of ecosystem where the environment changed their genetics. The environment actually changed their morphology. That's why they're built the way they are, because they're adapted to that cold environment. So of course we predict them to be slightly different, but overall they're 99.7% the same to us. Meanwhile, chimpanzees are 88% the same. Call me emo in the chat. Look at this. He's going all the way to rats. So his rescue device now is this. Look, he says, Standing, do I have to bring up those rats again? So he's pointing out that there's rat species within the same genus that have massive differences, right? Well, when you look to rats and mice, just have a look at their reproductive rates, have a look at their generation times. I mean, they can recover populations quickly. Kind of like rabbits, they'll say breed like rabbits, right? But we're talking about humans. And he wants to, on the phylogenetic tree, he wants to go all the way down to rats and show that the Y chromosome is doing some pretty crazy things there. He's missing the point. Yeah, I admit the Y chromosome is mutating really fast. But you have to answer the question, then why is the Y chromosome so similar in every human male on the planet? If it's as wild as they say, and it mutates as fast as we know, then it should be, I think this makes sense on the panel, right? If we're accumulating that many mutations, then if we really do go back a couple 100,000 years, it shouldn't be as similar as it is. But no, it's very much similar because the Y chromosome's only a few thousand years old. So that's really
that makes perfect sense. Hey, you asked Rob these questions, like you had a debate with Rob, what, like a year ago, or at least 6 or 8 months ago on this. Rob, have you looked into these things yet?
Oh, I think you might be on mute.
No, I think Rob is over on Smokey's channel right now.
So one thing is interesting then, if they look at sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. Go ahead.
I think it's really interesting if you look at specifically the difference between animals and humans. There's a big difference because most animals, they have different species of the same, kind of like similar version. So, there'd be different cats with like, you would consider it like a cat, but it'd be a completely different size, almost that it can't even, they can't breed with each other. But in humans, you don't really see that. It's almost like humans are sticking out of the bunch. If we're all animals, considering, right, we have a completely different genetic, I guess, either protection systems or something's different.
Oh, well, it's amazing you said that. John can speak on this. Even in the similar genetic sequences, okay, between chimps and humans, we still find differences in the gene expression or in epigenetics, which is an extra layer of complexity on top of the genetic code. So even in the similar sequences, we find differences. I mean, human evolution really is just dead. John, you're familiar with that, eh? The differences in gene expression, epigenetics,
Well, yeah, I mean and Sal was talking about this the other night in relation to the post, like the same sequence, but then the post-translational modifications are dramatically different.
Right.
And it's like, okay, people, this goes back to my tangents about like you can have very, very similar code in a lot of different ways, but then you have massively different. If you assume you have the logic correct, then you can have massively different end function. But it's not remotely plausible to think that all of this foresight that would be necessary to account for in like, oh, all of these post-transcription modifications and post-translation as well, are being executed by different commands that are in the introns that we've been told don't have any function. Well, now we recognize they do have function, and then it turns out that they're controlling all of these like subtle things that like. So again, you can have the exact same exons, but then the introns are different, and the alternative splicing signals that are contained in those introns are different, and are resulting in all these different modifications of the supposedly same gene sequence. But it's all being done in a hyper-controlled manner that has very specific outcomes. And when you modify them, presto, you have a disease. So unless you're going to claim that in order to get to all of these new functions, you have to be able to survive all of these different diseases somehow. For basically each one of them, you have to survive some like crazy disease to get this variation. I mean, the plausibility of it to me, just like the more we learn, it just gets further and further away from a rational conclusion. And the irony is that, unlike Andrew and a lot of the other Putting Brain in the Gang and all those other guys, there's plenty of researchers that are, they're writing books on this topic. They're writing papers on the topic of like, hey, this stuff is way, way, way more complicated than we thought, and we're barely scratching the surface on the amount of sub layers of information and programming control. Like we didn't even know to look for them until recently. Now we're discovering how, starting to scratch the surface on how they work. And I'm just like, okay, so you're now going to argue that number one, we can't even explain how the first layer came around. And now you're going to argue that there's, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 additional layers of control logic you have to account for. And you're still going to argue this is done through random mutation and natural selection. I can't take you seriously. Like that is, either you're an ignorant fool or you're desperate to avoid the obvious. That's what I think anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Amen. Yeah, well said.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting that Charles Darwin said if they find any kind of information in the cell, he thought it was a blob, that his theory would be dead. But people keep holding on to it like it's the only life raft or something.
Right. Hey, Slavic, you're a dev, right?
Yeah, I do a little bit of development apps.
Okay. Are you like full stack, or you have like I assume you probably know more than one, but like what's your focus? Like what's your specialty?
Java. I do like Android stuff.
Okay. So I mean like as you know full well, there might be a relatively short script to connect to an API, theoretically. But if you don't know all the commands and the way the syntax is set up for that, it's not going to work. Like, it doesn't matter how short the code is you have to write to connect. Or if you're using like just one that's it's pre-built or whatever, even if it's on the surface level simple to connect to this API, that doesn't mean the process to be able to get to where you can connect to the API is simple. Like it could be extremely complicated to have gotten to the point where it appears to be simple to the user, and like to the front end user. And I'm just like, what I think is happening in very many cases is that a lot of the evos are approaching this like the end user who is used to drag and drop on their dashboard and are not even contemplating or considering the ridiculous amount of code that's operating behind the scenes to make drag and drop possible. Does that make sense to you as a dev?
Yeah, it does make sense. It's almost like, hey, look, this piece fits perfectly here. Therefore, it must be really simple. You know, just like just a graphical representation. See, the slides together, so it must be easy.
Right. Oh, I mean, like touchscreen is not. There's nothing major about touchscreen. Like what? Like that's what always fascinates me when you think about like just the level of complexity of touchscreen control, and then on your smartphone, and then it's like, do you actually think that the touch control that's happening on your freaking thumb that you're using to do touchscreen control on your phone, which one do you think is more complicated and requires more underlying components, your phone screen or your thumb? And to me, it's like when you actually you take the time to really contemplate what is the underlying necessities, both from a programming and a engineering and a it's a nanotech perspective. It becomes so mind bending to contemplate. And then if your answer is going to be, oh, little slight changes over long extended periods of time explains all this, I'm just like, I cannot take that. I really have a hard time taking that sort of position seriously if you actually have any remotely comprehensive understanding of the surface level of what's necessary, not even the details. I'm talking just the surface level. It just does not plausible to me at all. However, the execution of thought by an intelligent agent in order to be the preceding action to result in this technology is the completely rational conclusion. That's what I think. I mean, I don't think anybody would make the argument that your touchscreen and the apps that interact with the processor and the abilities on your phone, nobody would argue that any of that could plausibly come into existence without an intelligent agent. Why then do you say that something that is necessary to create that technology could?
Yeah, it's just even doing a little bit of memory management or storage data, the amount of complexity you can quickly get into. But I think that storing information in a genome and unfolding it and folding it back in and editing it, that doesn't take complexity. I don't know, that blows my mind.
Well, and the fact that we have, I assume you're familiar with like Hamming codes for error correction and all that. The fact that we have the direct equivalent in the genome for error correction, and error correction codes are more complicated than what is being written for like a general app. Like you're creating the underlying processes that enable the higher level code to work. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like we've got all of those same layers that we have to initiate in all of our communication systems in biological technology and biological systems. And somehow we're just gonna like gloss over it and be like, nah, it just happened. No big deal. And then we have people like Andrew who want to argue over like definitions of heterozygosity, positioning, all this other kind of stuff. And well, there's no way that could happen. It's like, really? There's no way? There's no way. So you believe in a environment where all things are possible through undirected process, environmental pressure, cause mutations, and natural selection. You think that freaking nanotech can create itself. But the premise of heterozygosity is not plausible. I mean, it's just like, okay.
Especially with what we now know about epigenetics, the fact that environment can now affect phenotype, or we've got these millions of genetic switches in the genomes of living organisms that are just waiting to be turned on or off via environment. Over 80% of the genome we now know is active. The Dan Cardinals of the world want to say that activity is spurious and not really helpful to the organism, but the evolutionists aren't actually making predictions. That's just kind of their rescue device. Because they need the majority of the genome to be junk. With that much functionality, those mutations that accumulate from generation to generation, they are going to degenerate organisms way faster and put pretty strong shelf lives on genomes. So yeah, John, I agree with you. The fact that they say, oh, created heterozygosity, that's implausible. It's post hoc, ad hoc. When in reality, what we see in terms of all the latest genetic findings, it's perfectly in line with that model. It's what we've expected. It's what we've predicted. So, yeah, good point.
Yeah, because my brother works for the state as programming, and he does pretty much builds program that double checks the program that they have up, and the user interface of that website with forms and stuff. And so he's in the back end trying to create an app to double check if there's any errors going on in the code. And he said that they already have like hundreds of thousands of lines of code just to check a website, for, make sure that it has no error. And I'm thinking, if that's the same kind of system that they have for the genome to kind of find error, how much more complex does that have to be to like be able to keep editing and re-edit? And because the genome is getting damaged all the time. Right. And if there's any kind of accumulation of that damage, that system will break quickly.
Well, the point you're making there is what irritates the fire out of me when I hear people say, like, the genetic code is nothing like our code. We never have errors in ours, and like it will work. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like the point you're making about not only is there the correction just in the general analysis of the code, right? But there's also, I'm talking about before it's necessarily compiled or being executed, just when you're like writing in whatever system you're using, but also in the execution of like when it's being rendered on your computer screen, for example. Like you go pick up a web page and you're going there, all those codes that you're talking about your brother's working on is making sure that wasn't data loss along the freaking fiber optic cable in the plethora of encode decodes that happen before it gets from the initial server to your computer screen as it goes through all the pathways. And then if there are errors in real time, accounting for what the missing data is and then inserting corrections to minimize the errors. Like, and that's just the way I just described that. That's just like surface level of what's actually going on. Like not even remotely explaining the incredible level of complexity and the amount of brain power that has to go into making all that work. And your point about that happening in the genome, like there's papers on the topic of exactly what we're talking about right now. We know there's boatloads, hundreds of different proteins that their express purpose is to be doing error correction. And different ones have different specialties to account for different types of error correction. And this is known beyond doubt. This is quantified, this is observed, this is well documented, and there's plethoras of papers written on the topic. And it's like, so if you don't have error correction, you basically die. Like, this is a fact. There's plenty of diseases that are the direct result of the breakdown of the error correction mechanisms in your genome. Like, we know this. So, anyway, enough of my tangent.
Hey, John, I want to change the subject just real quick off of human evolution, but since we're talking about design, I want to share something interesting that I found. So I'm going to try to share my screen.
What's up, CJ? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well, actually. How you doing?
Man, hanging in there. Okay, I see your screen. Hang on one sec. All right, here you go.
Okay. Yeah, so look at this. Regarding astronomy, a less explored possibility that our universe was created in the laboratory of an advanced technological civilization because of the problems, the flat trajectory, zero net energy, that an advanced civilization would have created our universe in a laboratory. Now that's interesting. Who would say such a silly thing? Oh, this guy. Who's this guy? The longest serving chair of astronomy at Harvard comes to the conclusion that everything could have been created by aliens. So where's all the evidence of the Big Bang for him to come up with this conclusion? That's my question. I saw this. I found this the other day, and I've just been dying to share.
Well,
people are hiding.
Well, it is interesting how Dawkins tried to spin the flying spaghetti monster response that he gave into I was just kidding, all that kind of stuff. Yet more and more people continue to be like, well, I guess it could be aliens. And it's like, okay, so you guys try to claim that it's not just a joke, but then revert back to it when you get pinned. And in this context, all the way up to like, we're going to become gods. And it's very ironic. There was a whole thing at the World Economic Forum where they were talking about the future and such. And basically it's like, oh, we're in the next 100 years, we're going to be reprogramming ourselves to where our current form will be considered like a beast, nothing but a beast. And and we will ultimately become divine. And I'm just like, yeah, there's no ego in play here at all. And in my opinion, the level of overconfidence in a lot of these folks is just astounding. Like, yeah, I don't think we are on the edge of becoming divine beings through our own modifications to genetic information. Like, it's just not even.
Yeah, we've been on the edge of having hoverboards and hover cars for a while.
Dawkins said life looks designed. I mean, why would he say something like that if the evidence for evolution was so convincing? Why wouldn't he say, no, doesn't need to be designed? The same with this astronomer guy. Why would they even suggest that everything that we have out here has been created? That's awfully close to the biblical model. Something from outside of our time, space, and matter created something and put things into motion. Where have I heard that before?
No, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know, man. Some of this stuff, the more rabbit holes I go down, the more the rational conclusion seems to be we have individuals who never grew up, and now they're angry Peter Pans trapped in an adult body, who are desperate to avoid the obvious and want to maintain their childhood dream of zero accountability and no ultimate, higher standard to which they must conform. And they use all sorts of different talking points to try and justify those positions, but ultimately they don't have any true substance.
It's almost like they had the conversation about morality, and one of them, the guy said that it's whatever people believe in a society, that's where the morals come from. It's almost like they're trying to have the same idea with truth. If I convince enough people to believe like me, it must be true. Something like that or something.
Well, that's definitely a good point. I mean, there is the, what is it? The 3 to 5% who are the loudest very often can convince the other 95% that whatever the loud, the 3% position is actually correct. I mean, it's
but just like that Harvard professor saying that now aliens created it. I mean, that's just like literally it's the same worldview as what Christians are saying, but he does not want to say it's Christianity, so he's looking for any other alternative, which it makes no sense. Literally just trying to prove to others it can't be God, so let's just think of something else.
Yeah, well, anything other than God.
You just that whole article just replace alien with God. That's all they've done.
Yeah, exactly. And then if they can preach their message enough, and enough people will agree with them, that they're gonna feel like, oh, it's justified to hold my beliefs. Do you see how much professors and scientists hold to my view? So it must be at least somewhat right.
Well,
even
what's ironic is that article refutes their whole worldview, because the whole crux of their position is that there can't be something outside of our universe. They can't appeal to anything that's supernatural. That's their whole point, right? But then what do? They turn around and they appeal to something that's beyond our existence, the supernatural.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, like honestly, I didn't realize that the genetic information. I mean, the arguments are so well put out already that it's pretty hard to argue against them. I understand that anybody can twist anything into any idea they want technically, but if you look at it without bias, it's pretty hard to argue with it. And same thing with like almost every part of science is literally proving the Christian worldview.
Hey, LPP. You want to add a little bit of spice to this while I was listening in the background?
Maybe. What's going on?
Google, share your screen. Go to Google and type in From Outer Space by Richard Carrier. It's a new book he's just published.
Rob, don't you hold to the Big Bang? Isn't that part of what you believe?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
In fact,
did you see that
I
link
argue,
I put in the chat?
I argue that it's. In fact, I made a brief video taking clips from Lawrence Krauss titled "Lawrence Krauss Defends the Genesis Creation Account." Yeah, this is the book. Basically, Carrier summarized his 2014 like 800-page book on Jesus mythicism, and this book is like a watered down version of that for the lay audience. Basically saying Jesus is from outer space. So it's sort of ironic. He's a Jesus mythicist, by the way. So.
But Rob, did you see that link that I put in the chat?
Yeah, that's why I immediately thought of Richard Carrier when I was reading the link.
But
yeah.
how do you respond to that? That the reason why they would come to that conclusion is because the Big Bang model is just a failed model. But that's something that you hold to, and for the last hour standing for truth, it's gone down the whole road.
I don't see how it's a failed model.
Well, no, it's a failed model, and for the last hour, standing for truth has been going down the road of, just destroying evolution. And you were awfully quiet the whole time. Those are all things that are not objectively true because they stand against the biblical worldview, and now they're changing. Well, sure it does. I mean, those are secular ideologies that you hold on to.
All this blog post is saying is that it says here, Harvard astronomer, advanced aliens engineered the Big Bang.
So
that's his hypothesis.
Rob, that's not a natural conclusion. That's appealing to the supernatural. That's not what the Big Bang says. But the problem is that the Big Bang model can't explain everything, and so that's why they're appealing to that.
Saying that the Big Bang demonstrates a causal agent outside space-time. If you want to call that an alien,
the point is the seculars are turning away from that because what we see, there's problems with the Big Bang.
But I agree with you.
That's why they're trying to turn away from that.
I agree with you.
Hey, so on a slightly different topic, Andrew says anyone who says the Big Bang model is a failed model doesn't understand the Big Bang. So, Andrew, are you stating that the was it Harvard or Yale PhD astronomer or astrophysicist was incorrect in his position, and or not necessarily incorrect, but doesn't understand the Big Bang model? That I really want to.
Can I ask a question real quick though? Because I'm obviously a YEC and I'm also totally ignorant of astrophysics, but it is my understanding that the expansion of the universe is like a conclusively proven fact. Am I ignorant in understanding that?
I would suggest, yeah.
Well,
inflation is by beam polarization. It's one of the clearest evidences for it.
Yeah, so there's the redshift, and that's pretty much the consensus all the way around, is that everyone agrees that the redshift is evidence of the expansion. The Bible also says it, I think, 14 times that the heavens are being stretched out. So that was a direct prediction in print for thousands of years of the biblical creation model, confirmed with secular science.
I mean, that's a concordance approach. I would argue primarily those biblical texts that speak about the rakia as a tent being stretched out is exactly that in its ancient cosmology. That from a watery void of nothingness, you have this this expansion sort of coming in the way, so to speak, kind of like a glass globe just emerging.
Who created that watery void?
I'm talking about the ancient Near Eastern conceptions of what they thought was what the universe is constructed of. They thought it was first water.
To be fair,
I'm only interested in what the Bible said
a little bit as well, just because. And by the way, I appreciate the answer on, because I really am kind of ignorant on astrophysics. So I appreciate the answering there, but I do just want to point out.
I mean, I'm synagogue. I just want you to know, Big Bang was a huge threat to the atheists, massive threat, and it was Christian cosmologists that were like, they were the ones advocating for it well before Hubble came on the scene. And,
No,
and
Rob.
Much later,
Parts
the
of
radiation.
it, we reject their timeline, okay, because those things don't fall within the biblical timeline. So again, you get into the same problem that you have with your evolutionary arguments.
But then it comes down to an interpretive issue with respect to the
Rob,
biblical timeline.
Rob, don't interrupt me. Where the raw data supports the biblical model, but then you have to create these fabricated different types of conventions and these extrapolations and such, these calibrations and all of these things to stretch that. You got to have that time, and that's where we would disagree. But the raw data, yes.
The physical sciences is just that. I mean, all the debates in regards to life and the genetics and evolution. I'll admit I'm an amateur in that. So I leave that up to people like Standing and the geneticists.
No, that's not
debate
true
that
though,
issue.
because you've taken a.
But I'm coming from the physical sciences that does demonstrate that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old.
No, Rob. Rob, what's the difference between the isotropic and the anisotropic synchronicity convention in regards to the speed of light?
That can actually be measured through Einstein crosses.
That's not what I asked you.
The one-way speed of light can be measured.
Oh, the one-way speed of light can be measured?
Yeah.
No, that's 100% false.
It can. It's called an Einstein cross.
Rob, according to the isotropic synchronicity convention, that's just the convention that we adopt to explain the unknown one-way speed of light.
Yeah.
Because the one-way speed of light cannot be measured. We adopt
it. Can.
We pretty much no. Look, I'll share a video with you right now, but you don't know what you're talking about.
Rob, on that one, you're way off, bro. It's like I've read a crap load on this exact topic, and the one-way speed of light is not measurable. Like that has been documented.
It is.
We're measuring the refracted speed of light, and then calculating that the speed to the refraction point must be x, dividing the total by 2. That is, they are not actually being able to measure from A to B. They're measuring from A to B back to A, and then dividing the round trip by 2. That is how they're measuring the one-way.
No, we've always done.
Rob, I put a link in the chat, and I'll bet you money on it right now.
Rob, there was a whole thing that came out about this. There was yet another thing that was put out. I forget the physicist was that put this out like a couple months ago on this exact topic, and like once again, it was like everybody thinks this has been done. This has not been solved. I'm telling you, you're wrong on this one.
So
no.
Rob, listen.
Let me clarify.
Rob, listen.
No, 1 second. Let me clarify. So we are always using the Einstein convention with respect to two-way, and it's always worked, by the way. Now, mathematically, what Jason Lyon likes to try and
Rob, you don't know what you're talking about. Now, hold on. Let me explain to you why you're wrong. According to Einstein physics, there are two models. There are two conventions.
The Lorentz
Rob,
field equations
there are
of
two
Einstein's
conventions
theory.
that are
Do you know the math
compatible
behind that?
and acceptable by Einstein physics. There's the isotropic and the anisotropic synchronicity convention. You can look it up really quick.
Behind that?
Fact check it. They're both
Can you show
acceptable
me the
to Einstein
equations
physics.
associated with that?
You don't know what you're talking about, Rob. I just put a link in chat. You can watch a video on it and make it really clear.
So the convention that we use
the convention.
is not in error or that it doesn't work. It works completely.
Both conventions
But
do.
let me first explain to you the current investigation into Einstein crosses as a means to measure one way.
Rob, you don't know what you're talking about. There are two conventions, and if you are abiding by the isotropic synchronicity convention, then what you are saying is true. You can know the one-way speed of light according to that convention, but in actuality, the one-way speed of light is not known. So that is a convention that we adopt. However, it could be that the anisotropic synchronicity convention, in which the light can travel one way at one speed and back at a different speed. It could be that is true, and that is compatible.
Okay, can you
also with
explain to me
Einstein
the
physics?
math
You don't know what
with
you're talking
respect
about.
to- okay.
Whether I know the math or not is not relevant,
guys,
Rob.
Calm down, guys. Okay, so first off, Rob, I'm
No,
going to read.
one second.
Hang on.
When Lyle talks about...
This is from... I don't give a crap about Lyle, okay? This is from Space Australia, okay? This is one of
Sure.
many. This is from...
And
January
Luke Barnes is an Australian, and I know him as well.
This is 27th of January. No, this is like... I'm reading from something that's secular. If I'm...
Yeah, I know, and I saw Luke Barnes' name just mentioned there.
Oh, what
He's
was
a
it?
friend.
Okay, cool. So, 27th of January, 2021, okay?
Yep. There's Luke Barnes there.
Oh, is it? Oh, cool. Congratulations. Yep. Without a way to synchronize clocks, it is impossible to measure the speed of light in one direction. We know this. This is like the whole point of this is that we're not actually being able to measure. We do not know how to. Is never the one-way speed. I'm trying to find it again here. There's a spot here where they say we have never measured the one-way speed of light. Period. Let's see. But did you know that speed of light might vary depending on which direction it's traveling in? And even more astonishingly, that we may never be able to confirm whether it does. I mean, like, this is what a bazillion different. There's papers on the whole topic, as I'm sure you're aware. And like, it has not been proven. It has not been measured. The one-way speed has not been measured as of right now. Everything is dealing with the synchronicity convention. Period. Are you saying that Space Australia is incorrect?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, so the
you
fact
guys
that
haven't even
the fact that there are
heard.
movements in the speed of light confirms that. That just goes to show you that you don't know what you're talking about, Rob. You just got done saying that you'll leave it up to the experts, and I said, no, you take a position, but here you are taking your position. Lyle doesn't just make this stuff up.
So where does Lyle get infinite speed from?
Let's let Rob respond. Rob, don't just ask a question. You go ahead and make a response, and then finish with the question.
Well, that's technically part of my response. Where does Lyle get infinite speed of light from?
The same places at Einstein physics.
Yeah, but
look up the anisotropic synchronicity convention.
Where and how does he get infinite speed of light?
I already told you, Lyle's not just making stuff up. Like, he's getting these things from the same sources, aren't you? You can go to his page and you can find all the sources you want.
I'm going to use a very simple illustration here. This shows you have absolutely no clue about behind the math involved, because what Lyle is doing is that... Let's just take, for example, Earth and Mars, right? Okay. And you send a signal out to Mars. Let's just, for the sake of argument, pretend it's, say, 30 minutes it takes for the light signal to travel to reach that astronomer on Mars. So, the Einstein convention...
Which one?
In a two-way trip...
Which convention, Rob? Which convention?
The Einstein convention with respect to the two-way speed.
Which one? Which convention? You just said I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm asking you a clarifying question.
So
according to what convention, Rob?
Let me finish.
No, just a simple question. You said I don't know what I'm talking about. What convention?
No, you don't. Because
what
I'm
convention,
asking you,
Rob?
I'm asking
because
you
I don't know. I'm asking you a clarification question.
Give him a break, Sam. Let him finish.
How does Lyle come up with a calculation that gives a so-called infinite speed? In fact, not only infinite speed.
Lyle isn't the one that comes up with these things. I already explained.
Yeah, but
both conventions are compatible with Einstein physics. You don't know what you're talking about.
Lyle is saying this in the context of a physicist in the 70s that noticed a peculiarity with respect to the field equations in the Lorentz factor in the denomination, right?
Rob, about 5 minutes ago, you didn't even know that there was two conventions, and John already corrected you with the paper from a source. I provided you with the link in the chat so you can educate yourself before you can continue to put your foot in your mouth.
So
I'm telling you,
by the way, I've muted my microphone because you just keep over talking me, so I'm just going to keep talking. So what Lyle did was he took that paper and goes, "Oh, I wonder if, when Russell Humphreys and all these other guys make up a white cosmology, like Earth is the fixed center of where the expansion of space-time occurs. The whole universe expands from an Earth-centric, like a geocentric frame of reference."
I'm going to put that link in the chat again for all of you people that you guys can all watch and listen, because Rob is just going to continue grandstanding when he doesn't know what he's talking about.
An instantaneous speed of light, and hence what he calls infinite speed of light. So the analogy then is that, let's say Earth and Mars are 30 minutes apart, right? So an astronomer on Earth will send a signal out, and then the astronomer on Mars will receive the signal and then respond back in return. And so therefore it's a one-way trip. So in other words, it's a 1 hour trip 2 ways.
So wait, hold on.
Now, according to
how did you determine that it's a 1 hour trip 2 ways?
When you do the calculation with the Lorentz equation.
How did you determine that?
What happens
How did you determine that?
You can actually make light travel half the time. So instead of 30 minutes, it's 15 minutes from Earth to Mars. But then the algebra
because somebody's on Mars
will tell you, the
and
calculation
with the clock,
will tell you,
Rob?
that if the astronomer on Mars receives the signal will have to then go back to the astronomer on Earth instantaneously to compensate for the regularity in the fine structure constant with respect to the speed of light, because the speed of light has the permeability constants that Maxwell himself discovered, back in like the 1800s. So that's the big debate involving is it instantaneous? But it's instantaneous if in one direction it goes half the speed. So
According
that's
to what
the question.
Rob?
Which way is it instantaneous? It can't be instantaneous all the time. It can't be instantaneous from the Earth to Mars and then Mars back to Earth again. It's either instantaneous from Earth to Mars, but then it goes half the speed from Mars to Earth, or it's half the speed from Earth to Mars and then instantaneous from Mars to Earth. It's one of the two. That's why it's a big question and contention. But it all comes down to the math itself that communicates that to the physicists. And what Lyle is doing is he runs with the hypothesis that he can't prove, by the way, and says, well, I'm going to presuppose that the Bible makes this argument, and therefore, ergo, since it is mathematically possible, that it is possible, or that it is actually happening in reality. And that is a biased argument. That's not a scientific
Rob, are
argument.
you done with your grandstanding? I have a question for you.
Well,
you just acknowledged that the speed of light can change. If that's the case, then the one-way speed of light can't be known.
Did you
can't
understand?
You can't have a consistent
Okay,
one-way speed of light with fluctuations.
Block my speakers again so I can talk. You did not understand that for light to be instantaneous or infinite, one way, it simultaneously has to be half the speed the other way. That's the point. Otherwise, that's something you can't ignore. You can't just make the argument that light was like at a faster speed in the distant past and has been slowing down, right? You can't say that.
Actually, I think I have papers on that.
It has to be simultaneous. That's the point. It has to be. If you're going to say light is instantaneous one way, the return trip has to be half the speed. But that's due
according
to the
to
math
what convention, Rob?
that calibrates that constant.
According to what convention, Rob? According to what convention?
Einstein's convention, which Lyle
Which
uses.
one, Rob? You don't even know what you're talking about. There's another paper I put
Do you
in
even know
chat.
what anisotropic means?
Yeah.
Sam? I just explained it. What is anisotropic?
Rob, I asked you, there's two conventions for the speed of light. What are they?
There's isotropic and anisotropic.
And what's the difference between those two?
I just explained it.
Okay, so what's the problem
I
with
literally
either one
just
of those?
explained it.
What's the problem with the anisotropic
You have-
synchronicity convention?
I literally just explained it. How do you get instantaneous speed? What does the math tell you when you calculate that light has to go instantaneously one way? What is the speed the other way? Repeat what I just said.
Yeah, you're saying that if it's 100% in one direction, it would be 0 in the other. It would be instant in one way, and then it would take the full
I didn't
time
say
on
that
the
at
way
all.
back.
100% is the speed c. That is the speed of light. But if you're talking about the argument that you have an instantaneous, basically infinite speed. In other words, it takes no time for it to go from A to B. It's just instantaneous. Bang, there it is. For that to happen
Well,
one
no, not
way,
necessarily. It could be
the
anywhere
other way
in
has to
between.
be half the
It could be
speed in
49
order
and
to
50
compensate with
no, Rob. It could be
with the laws of
49 and
nature
51.
that it doesn't break
have
down.
to be instantaneous. It could be. That could be the case.
No, but that's
But it
Lyle's
could
argument.
be. But it could be 49. It could be anything other than 50-50.
It's not
Well,
anything
also,
other. I'm sorry.
It can be anything other than 50-50.
This just goes to show you have no clue about this topic.
Rob, you just learned those
Can I
two
ask a
words
question?
just 5 minutes ago. I've already
hang on.
I've
posted
just
a few
explained
things
to you
in
the
chat.
physics, and that's all it is.
Rob, there's more than a few papers on the variable speed of light, and specifically, there's one in particular.
Speed of light is variable. It can be
that's-
variable. I agree.
Right.
What?
Well, no. I'm talking about that the point I'm making is that you were alluding to, speed of light slowing down over time, all that kind of stuff. There's papers specifically in regards to trying to account for the inflation problem on this exact topic about this
Sure.
it being greater
And
in
there's
the past.
reasonable answers for that as well.
And the math actually adds up on if the speed of light was actually greater. But anyway, or C was greater. But the whole, I mean, dude, the whole we don't actually know thing is still the confirmed position. It's like, just because you want to make the assumption that what you're saying must be true, has in no way, shape, form, or fashion is proven or backed up by actual measurement. Is the point that
Okay. So
Refined is making. Refined
to
is
some
making. And I mean, it's like I'm reading again right here. Measuring the one. This is from Publications of the Astronomical Society of Australia, 8th of February 2021. Measuring the one-way speed of light is fraught with issues of Planck synchronization, and as long as the average speed of light remains c, the speeds on the outward and return legs could be different. One objection to the anisotropic speed of light is that the views of the distant universe would be different in different directions, especially with regard to the ages of observed objects and the smoothness of the cosmic microwave background. But my point is that I'm not saying you're right or Lyle's right or Sam is right or who's wrong. The point I'm making is that the position that you're taking in terms of this being like so just proven beyond all doubt versus it being the assumed correct position by many people in the arena, but I'm saying in the context of it actually being empirically proven, that is a categorically false statement. And we can have different differences of which one you think is the correct one, but in terms of it actually being, empirically measured, it's not correct.
Can I just put it this? Well, 1 second. I just want to say this, LPP, so you can sort of see it. The speed of light. When I use the Earth-Mars analogy, notice that in that analogy, right? Say it takes 30 minutes.
Rob, I'm
for a light pulse.
I've read these exact analogies that you're using. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's not the point I'm
no,
making.
but here's the point. Here's the point. Even though you have instantaneous light speed, the point is, it's still if you took a stopwatch and calculated how long it would still take to do the round trip at the end of the day, even though you
can't do that, Rob. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't do that. It can't be done. You can't, because as soon as you move the stopwatch
so
to
now you're
Mars,
denying two-way speed of light.
No, dude. Listen to me.
The point here's what I'm trying to say. It still
Rob,
takes
it would be wise
60
if you watch
minutes
that video
to do
that I put
the
that
round trip
addresses
calculation,
everything
which
you just
means
said.
regardless if you're talking about instantaneous speed of light or half the speed of light or exactly the speed of light, the point is it has to. It's like the conservation of energy. It has to still match with the distances involved, and that it does take the full hour for that complete circuit to take place. Which means then, and here's the irony of the whole thing, which for some reason Lyle just doesn't seem to understand, that it is still 1 hour regardless of the speed of light going half the speed or infinite speed. It's still a 1 hour trip.
I understand that.
That's the point.
I got a quick comment to make. Maybe it's not relevant, but so it kind of makes sense why aliens can't reach us, because all our information is going out there at this, instantaneously, and theirs is coming back at the speed of light. They're probably just like, guys, shut up, and they can't reach us. It's a joke.
Well, that's the point, that it could be. So when someone like Rob would point to a star and he'd say, "Oh, these stars are millions of light years away." Well, it could be that the light traveling from us to those stars is going to take all the time, but the light from those stars is coming towards us. And both models are right, or both conventions are right. If you're going to say, according to the isotropic synchronicity convention, the speed of light is 50% one way and 50% another, that would be correct. But there's nothing that says that we have to adopt that convention. We could say, no, I think we're going to use the anisotropic synchronicity convention, where light can be allowed to do its weirdness, which we observe actually. So what you're saying about the round trip speed of light is true. However, the round trip speed of light is all we can know. The one-way speed of light can't be known. It's just an agreed upon convention.
Yeah, I understand. Like, actually get the analogy and stuff. I was just thinking, if you can imagine it, it'd be like you having a neighbor, and all their screaming is coming to you instantly. It doesn't matter how much you yell. It takes about an hour for them to hear that you need to shut up. Yeah, if there was aliens in our backyard. Actually, I do have another question. I mean, since you guys are talking about the physics, the problem with consciousness affecting like physical matter, is there any new studies or anything like that? Because I haven't looked into it in a little bit, but besides the double slit experiment, is there anything new that came out recently?
There's been tons of very interesting experiments in the last decade with delayed choice, quantum eraser, and there's a very interesting article on Scientific American written by 2 authors that have been doing those experiments. It links to like 11 different papers on the topic. And the retrocausality rewrites of pathways after delayed choice and all this other kind of stuff are forcing the measurement problem to come back into the equation. And they accounted for Bell's theorem, Bell, and a variety of other things. Anyway, long story short, it's part of the reason that the one-way speed of light, in my opinion, is very, very interesting in relation to the if time is not actually being applicable until the collapse of the wave function. And then it's only after that point that time is now applicable. And you also can account for the quote-unquote pathway that is now being rewritten post measurement. I mean, it's like a lot of this stuff from the the conventional paradigm and the standard talking points. No offense, Rob, is starting to look much less.
No offense taken.
Much less plausible. And if you read, like, somebody's echoing. Is that me? Anyway, I read the I think it's a 2011 book, The Quantum Enigma, and they kind of address a lot of this stuff. And it's what really sparked my curiosity into like looking up some of these different studies and the different points that are coming out. And all I gotta say is the conventional paradigm on this topic is not nearly as credible as people like to think it is in relation to what are we actually being able to measure and versus what are our assumptions on a lot of these things.
All I want to know
I've got a question for Sam and Rob, actually.
Well, before
a question for both you guys. Right on the very edge of our observable universe, and this is from the Hubble telescope, is a supernova, and they've named it SN Refsdalis, REFSDALIS, Refsdalis. Now, it is 9.3 billion light years away from this planet. Now, that means that it takes the light from the supernova 9.3 billion years to get here.
According to what
So
convention,
how does that
Gavin?
fit? How does
According
that
to
fit?
what convention, Gavin?
How does that? Don't answer my question with a question. How does?
Well, no,
that
it's a
fit
clarification
with the young
question.
Earth? No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
How
It's a
does that fit with the
clarification
young
question.
Earth-
We just
how
got
does
done
it
talking
fit with
about
the
this
young
for like
Earth
30
model?
minutes.
How does it fit with the young Earth model? If the light from that supernova takes 9.3 billion years to get here, then
We'll ask Rob
how
since he
does-
just
how
educated
does
us
the
so
Earth-
so well.
How can the Earth only be 6,000 years old?
Hey Rob, according to the anisotropic
No,
synchronicity convention,
no,
Rob,
Sam,
how long
Sam,
would that
I
light
asked you a
take? I'm
question.
answering your question,
Sam,
Gavin.
I asked you a
Sam.
question.
Are you aware
Yes.
you posted a link from Rational Wiki, Sam, to support the anisotropic convention? You
Just to
posted
show
a
that
link-
it's a thing.
By the way, I'm
No,
sharing my screen.
no,
so I
don't, please, don't back down on
Good
this.
dodge, Sam.
You
Good
made-
dodge.
Sam,
Rob, have you got
Sam,
anything to comment on that about
Sam,
that
Sam,
light coming
you
from
thought,
that supernova?
Sam, you thought you were posting something that supported it. You posted something that is poking fun of it.
Yeah.
at it.
So
That's
that by
fine.
the way, that
they're
that,
both
that link.
acceptable. I posted a few
No.
things.
No. You
One
posted
second.
Rational Wiki, which is literally making fun of articles of ideas.
Yeah, the Rational Wiki page is making fun of it.
That's
By
fine.
the way.
That's fine.
You have to admit you made a massive error. You've never looked into this yourself.
That's fine. I posted a few
you haven't.
things. I posted a few things, and that was sunflower. Listen to me.
You posted one other thing, which is a Google link to an article. You've made a complete buffoon out of yourself, dude.
Thank you.
So
sunflower.
You are an
Sunflower.
absolute clueless.
Sunflower.
flailing-
What about that? What about the paper
Yes.
that John showed, and what about that video that I showed?
None of that
Did
stuff
you watch
actually,
that?
No, none of that stuff actually contradicted what Rob was saying. If you listened to Rob's points instead of just flailing at him like an insecure person who cannot accept any.
Sunflower, let me ask you a question.
No, don't raise your voice.
No. Well, no, you're rambling on your grandstand. You're grandstanding. Hey, Sunflower, you're grandstanding. And why don't you answer the question, Sunflower? Sunflower, answer the question. Sunflower, answer the question. You are making Christians look bad. Sunflower, answer the question. Answer the question. Do you understand the difference between the isotropic and the anisotropic synchronicity convention? Simple yes or no.
Rationalwiki.com. The link you posted is my answer.
That's fine. So what? Big deal. I'm asking you a question now. Do you understand the difference?
With questions tonight.
No, do you understand the difference?
You've answered a lot of questions with.
So you're going to dodge.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, what's the difference? So Sunflower, if you understand the difference, then answer Gavin's question. According to the anisotropic synchronicity convention, how long would that light take to get to Earth?
Well, I don't.
According to that convention, just answer the question.
I'll tell you what the conventions are. I'm not going to do the calculation. The convention.
You don't need to do the calculation. I asked you a simple question. If you're going to come and mock me
I'm gonna answer
for a
it
link
now.
that I had amongst a bunch of other links,
I'm
that's
going to mock
fine.
you even harder when you let me answer.
I don't care.
Shut
But
up.
answer my
Shut up
question.
and I'll answer your question. Okay.
No, dude, don't talk to me like that. Okay, don't tell me to shut up.
Should I answer or not?
Hey,
then?
hey, don't tell me to shut up. I haven't told you to shut up, but maybe I should.
Guy.
Is that how you should talk to me?
Hey, little man, do you want me
to
answer?
Hey, sunflower. It sounds
sunflower. Like you don't want me to answer because now you're
sunflower.
Scared that I'm gonna answer.
Okay, go ahead and answer.
Like. Yeah, okay.
Try to do it. Try to do it like an adult though, without insulting me. Okay. I don't care that I posted a link to Rational Wiki. I posted a few links in there, and you're gonna pick on one silly link, but you're not addressing the link that John showed, and you're not addressing that other secular source that I showed with a video where they refute all of Rob's objections about the clock and moving a clock from here and there.
I actually have Luke Barnes' paper open right now, and I can read it.
That's fine. Wrong. Rob, answer. Yeah. Then you answer the question since Sunflower wants it. Answer Gavin's question.
I tried to answer.
Let me answer Gavin's question real quick, just to kind of show why.
Answer Gavin's question.
Okay, and I'll go after Stan.
And then no problem. So I've had Dr. Jason Lyle on for a couple hours show where we spent quite a good amount of time on this, and I actually had ahead of time, and I highly recommend the book The Physics of Einstein, which I'm actually working through right now. It's a great book, and he actually makes a point in one of the last chapters where he refutes the critics and goes over all their misunderstandings and really just fallacious arguments. So I presented a lot of those to Dr. Lyle, and he refuted them. He also refuted them in Hugh Ross's latest debate on revealed apologetics, I believe it's called. I would recommend. Actually, Dr. Lyle challenged Hugh Ross to a written debate on this, and Ross hasn't yet accepted the challenge. But the point is, to answer Gavin's question, how long does it take a distant star, or more specifically, the light from a supernova, to get to our eyes? Well, with everything you guys are talking about, depending on the convention that you would use, it would take no time at all because of what we know in terms of measuring the round trip speed of light, where Gavin would assume it's the same in both directions, which we know is just an assumption. Two-way speed of light cannot be measured. So the point is, how long would it take for even the light of a supernova to reach our eyes? Depending on the convention that you're looking at, it would take no time at all. And that's the point. It would be like trying to refute miles per hour by looking to kilometers per hour. Or I'm in Canada, so we drive with kilometers per hour. And the States, when I travel to the States, I'm now driving at miles per hour. So it's going to be different, but one doesn't refute the other. Both are right. It just depends on which one you're using, whatever convention you're using. So the answer in short is no time at all. Instantaneously. Bam. I yield.
Okay, so let me summarize LPP when you were showing that Australian blog post. That was a summary of this paper, which was published in December of 2020, because notice that the blog post was January, right? And Luke Barnes, a friend in the astronomy department in Sydney, he... this is not his area of research per se. I mean, he's well aware of the research notes and so on. It's not like he's going out of his way to engage this topic. This is just a publication of the Astronomical Society of Australia. This is just like he's just adding to the discussion with respect to what he's calling a Milne universe. This is a hypothetical simulated universe, which he'll actually explain here in the abstract. Notice everything he just discusses here in the paper, which I think the blog post sort of doesn't really give the full details, is exactly what I try to explain with that simple Earth-Mars system. So he says, in Einstein's special theory of relativity, all observers measure the speed of light c to be the same. However, this refers to the round-trip speed where a clock at the origin times the outward and return trip of light reflecting off a distant mirror. Measuring the one-way speed of light is fraught with issues of clock synchronization. And, as long as the average speed... Now notice the language very carefully. As long as the keyword average speed of light remains c, the speeds on the outward and return legs could be different. Now this then relates to this. If they're going to be related as different, then when we look at the actual equations associated with the speeds, we have to take very careful consideration of
that
those
sentence
equations.
refutes you right there. There it is, right there. The speeds on the legs could be different. It could be different going out than it is coming back in.
I'm going to show
so they
you
have
his
to adopt a
conclusion.
convention.
I'm going to show you the conclusion
I don't
of
know
the
why
paper
you guys are arguing with this.
that says otherwise. Okay, based on this thought experiment and
so
in
that
this
paper was
hypothetical-
wrong.
the fact that is my screen even showing? Okay, so let me. I'm not going to read the whole paper. I'm just going to read the abstract. I'm going to show you the relevant math, and then I'm going to read the conclusion. That's all I'm going to do. So, the speeds of on the outward and return legs could be different, which is exactly what I was talking about. The extent of what the math can allow is so here's the math. Here's the Lorentz transformation. Here it is. This is over here. That's the Lorentz transformation, right? Now, if you take and apply exactly 0.5 to c, all right, c is the speed of light. The return trip has to be infinite speed of light. That and it's simultaneous, meaning the moment you fudge it and you force it to be 0.5 c, then the return is literally infinity c. It has to be. So notice what he says here. He goes, one objection to this anisotropic speed of light is that views of the distant universe would be different in different directions, especially with regards to the ages of observed objects and the smoothness of the CMB. Now, what I find curious about this is that there's this phenomenon called an Einstein cross, where we do see the emergence of light with respect to what we call an Einstein cross from a single source that over time the source is broken up. So an Einstein cross is literally you'll have a cross-looking shape of lights gravitationally lensed around, say, a galaxy of something behind it. Could be a supernova event. And then because of the angular direction that light is approaching that gravitationally lensed object, it on one side it'll appear sooner, and on the other side it may appear later, but the point is it's
because it's no longer going in a direct linear path. So the light that is going in a direct linear path will show up first, and the light that is diverted is going to have a delay. But that doesn't refute anything, Rob.
The light is originally coming from that object that is then being gravitationally lensed around this object that's intervening between your eyes and
that has nothing to
that
doesn't change
so that is already
the speed of light. All it's doing is delaying it because again it's sending it in a different direction.
All it's demonstrating,
and that direction that it's sending it in is consistent with both
all
conventions.
It's demonstrating. Okay, I'm muting my speakers. All it's demonstrating is that light is not instantaneous. That's the point that Luke Barnes is making here. He's like, look, there is an objection that views of the distant universe would be different in different directions, especially with regards to the ages of observed objects and the smoothness, keyword, smoothness of the CMB. So in this paper, we explore this in the Milne universe. This is a hypothetical universe where you're taking the Friedman-Robertson-Walker universe, which is part of the cold dark matter, the lambda CDM model, containing no matter. Just for the sake of argument, let's just go with no matter, no radiation or dark energy. And given that this universe is empty, here's the irony. It can be mapped onto flat Minkowski spacetime and so can be explored in terms of the one-way speed of light. The conclusion is that the presence of an anisotropic speed of light leads to, look at this, anisotropic time dilation effects, and hence observers in the Milne universe would be presented with an isotropic view of the distant cosmos. That's what's so ironic. So when you go through this entire paper, he then concludes and says that as long as the average round-trip speed is equal to c with respect to the special theory of relativity, right, the Einstein convention of the speed of light. We have considered the question of the impact of the one-way speed of light on cosmological observations, addressing the suggestion we should observe different sides of the sky possessing different ages if light speed was unequal. By examining the simplest FRW universe, which is again part of the lambda-CDM model, namely the empty Milne universe, it is seen that the anisotropic speed of light results in anisotropic time dilation effects that compensate. That's what I kept saying about the Earth-Moon example. There's a compensation for the differing light travel times, and in this universe, any observer would see an isotropic universe around them, even if the speed of light was not. Boom. That just totally refutes Lyell's assertion, where he uses this to try and say that the universe is 6,000 years old. That's Barnes's paper.
Okay, so Rob, it seems to me that you kept taking this back to, is this debunking Lyle? When I know from my perspective, what I've been arguing has zero to do with Lyle's positions. I've been arguing specifically in relation to, we don't actually know what the one-way speed of light is, period. And so anything else is nothing but supposition. And it can be models, it can be projections, it can have math that may or may not add up, but that's not the point. The point is that Barnes' assertion in this point is a non-empirically proven position. Just like there's many other models where the math seems to make sense, but there's other formulas and other models that can also make sense mathematically, right? So again, I don't give a rat's ass about Lyell's position in the context of whether or not we're actually being able to measure the speed of light. And so ultimately for me, we don't actually know what the speed of light is in the first direction. We are only able to be measuring the two-way speed of light, what is happening after post-refraction. So, and that's every experiment that I've ever read up until now says the exact same thing, that we actually do not have the synchronization that's occurred in order to actually measure it empirically, other than make the operate from the convention assumption.
LPP, just again to very briefly clarify again, when you say we don't know, that needs to be heavily nuanced, because we do know.
Okay. Let's put it in a different context. Is the one-way the speed from A to B, is it inferred or directly measured?
Okay, so there's two ways you can answer this question. On paper, mathematically, based on the constants that we understand in the laws of nature, so Maxwell's equations, C is then given a calculated value, a theoretical value. All right, keyword theoretical, and that's the C that then we shove in like E equals mc squared, right?
Right.
Now, then measuring that in a two-way sense, all right, not a one-way sense, but in a two-way sense, it actually it does give that value. So therefore, this is this thing called the SI unit. We measure the meter based on that value C. Now,
yep.
To get even more explicit, to really, really, really know that C is C, now you obviously ask the question about the one-way,
Rob, I have a source.
I haven't finished. So then, this is where things get interesting. It's not, when you say we haven't measured it yet, or we don't know what the value of C is. Irony is, and Luke Barnes is.
I never said we don't know what C is. I said we don't know what the one-way speed is
at any given moment. Exactly.
Yeah, so, Rob, hold on.
But here's
everybody's just gonna shut the hell up. I'm gonna play a video, and we're gonna address this, and then we can go on from there, because this is getting nowhere, and I'm starting to get really pissed off because I read a plethora.
In fact, this video will perfectly explain what I'm trying to communicate to you. Started from the start, because everything he says here is what I'll share with you as well. What I've been trying to share.
Just make one quick comment, just please.
The whole point of this is we do not know the one-way speed of light. This is just I understand he talks about the refracted speed. I've watched this video many times, but in no way, the whole point of this is what started this entire back and forth is the assumption of the convention to account for relativity is
the point is, if it's
just is an assumption. It is not.
I have the page number. I have the page number from Einstein's book. It's Einstein, 1961, page 23. That's Jason Lyle's source, where he concludes that he can decide which convention he wants to arrive at. So that's ultimately where your argument is. That's why I keep telling you, Rob, that you're arguing with Einstein's physics. It's based on a convention. So there's your source. Again, Einstein, 1961, page 23.
And it's why I wanted to just add in there that I don't know if Rob fully understands that we're not even really dealing with a hypothesis here. We're dealing with a synchrony convention, which means it cannot be falsified any more than the metric system. This is the way the ancient cultures did it. This is obviously the way the Bible did it. And from that view, from this convention, light takes no time at all to reach our eyes. It's instantaneous. And I wanted to ask Rob if you read, Dr. Lyle recently put out a pretty technical article on his website. I'm going to put it in the chat, where he dealt with, it's kind of a written debate actually against somebody named
Peter.
Yeah,
that's what I'm reading right now.
Yeah, have you it's quite newer, 2020.
No, go ahead.
He deals with this in great detail. I just put it in the side chat. Like I said, he's also challenged Dr. Hugh Ross to a written debate on it. I didn't think it went. I like Ross. I just didn't think he did too well in his latest debate with.
I think Hugh Ross
Dr.
did perfectly, to be honest.
He
wasn't that
on the distant starlight part.
I think he reasonably answered Lyle on the distant starlight.
From my understanding,
here's the point, Standing. Here's the point.
Well, real quick, have you read that newest technical article?
No, I haven't read this one. No.
Well, I mean, you should stay up to date just in case you're. I mean, what if you are just repeating arguments that Dr. Lyle's already dealt with? I mean, have you read his book, The Physics of Einstein, where he gets into all of these objections based on red shifts and also gravitational field?
But
Actually, I just want to finish this. On page 256 of The Physics of Einstein, Dr. Lyle points out, so the claim that ASC would create a gravitational field, he points out that it's quite silly. He says, many critics have jumped on this, and then he points out even Hugh Ross's ministry, Reasons to Believe, seems to have been fooled by this objection. But the system we choose to catalog various aspects of the universe has no effect on the actual universe. And I can't remember where, but he points out that one of the objections, I thought it was that one, I'm not sure, that Reasons to Believe did use against his model. After Dr. Lyle refuted it, they silently removed that article. I got to find exactly what that has to do with. But I mean, my whole point is, I'd recommend just reading his latest articles and technical.
Well, okay. The reason why that gravity thing was mentioned is it depends on whether and now it's sort of confusing now whether Lyle actually approves of the white hole cosmology of Russell Humphreys, which Faulkner himself, like you just saw in his interview a couple of hours ago, he's sort of going back and forth with Russell Humphreys and in his own Answers Research Journal, arguments that creationists should not use. He actually says that Lyle's convention, or Lyle's argument with this particular convention, is just that, a hypothesis. It cannot be seen as an empirical thing. And so the reason why the gravity thing was mentioned is because if the Earth is a special frame of reference that the cosmos then expands from, and you're talking about a near infinite expansion and, that light is instantaneous and all that stuff. Yeah, you're talking about a gravitational well that and time dilation being trillions of times beyond anything we can imagine. And that's what Hugh Ross is responding to most so. And so if Lyle is saying, no, that's not what I'm getting at. Rather, what I'm getting at is it regardless of the frame of reference and the observer and so on, it's instantaneous whether it's coming towards you or going away from you. Well, then, if it's just that static example in a point in space-time, so to speak, then obviously that doesn't involve gravity. And so therefore, Hugh Ross is actually not debating that point. In the debate, Hugh Ross brings up the Einstein cross, which then Lyle had to conveniently sort of like circle around that and say, oh yeah, well, it's still sort of teasing out the details as to how quickly the light is curving around gravitation in a gravitationally lens sort of sense. And but the point is, here's the ultimate point that the video will show that LPP is about to share. It is not infinite both ways. Lyle is saying it's infinite both ways. It's either infinite both ways or not infinite both ways. But the point is,
that's not true.
It can be utilized,
Rob. You're
in
wrong.
whatever
I'll
way
just
God
correct you
utilizes
right
it with respect to day 4.
That's not
and
true.
That
Lyle doesn't
work.
say that it's infinite both ways. We understand that the round trip is the same. So you're straw man.
So if it's not infinite both ways, then the universe really is the size that it is, and the universe really is the age that it is.
No, Rob, you're not understanding.
Yes.
If the one-way speed of light is not known, then the light traveling towards us can be infinite, not going back.
And
it would be nice if you actually understood what you're arguing against.
It
would be nice if you understood what you're arguing against.
Because that's a non sequitur.
Rob, I'm going to put my mic on, and I'm just going to continue to talk over you like you've done 10 times.
Keep going.
No, Rob,
because
answer my question.
Because it doesn't result to that. I'm sorry.
Rob, answer my question, okay?
Because
does
even
Lyle say that the round trip speed of light is not consistent? Does Lyle say that? Does Lyle say that? Does Lyle say that the round trip speed of light is not known? Can you answer that, Rob?
He says, based on the one-way calculation that he's providing, that you can have light approaching you at infinite speed, or light leaving you at infinite speed.
Either or, but not both.
Can't be both.
In fact, in the debate, maybe I misheard, but I did hear him say it could be both. And God can, and because he's a presuppositionalist, and he's saying God can utilize it both ways.
This is Einstein, okay, right here. So he says, this is what was being quoted to. I maintain my previous definition nonetheless, because in reality it assumes absolutely nothing about light. This is only one demand to be made of the definition of simultaneity, namely, that in every real case it must supply us with an empirical decision as to whether or not the conception that has to be defined is fulfilled. That my definition satisfies this demand is indisputable. That light requires the same time to traverse the path A to M as for the path B to M is in reality neither a supposition nor a hypothesis about the physical nature of light, but a stipulation which I can make of my own free will in order to arrive at a definition of simultaneity. It is clear that let me zoom back out here. It's clear this definition can be used to give an exact meaning not only of two events, but as to many events as we care to choose, and independently of the positions of the scenes of the events with respect to the body of references. We are thus led also to a definition of time in physics.
So, Rob, let me correct you, okay? Lyle, regardless of what convention you use, okay, we don't even need to say Lyle. Let's use Einstein because that's again who you're arguing against. The one-way speed of light is what's Einstein. Yes, you are. The one-way speed of light. The one-way speed of light is not known.
You know what? This dishonesty doesn't require me to
two-way speed of light. No one argues against the round trip.
LPP,
Rob,
go for
no
it
one
and play the video if you want.
You talk over me and then you get upset when I raise my voice and talk over you, which I'm not justifying it, but I'm just saying there's a bit of a double standard coming from you. Multiple times you've put your mic on and said, I'm just going to turn off my headphones and keep talking and going on and on. So, make this a little bit more two-way, Rob. So no one argues with the round trip speed of light. Okay, I've said that multiple times. Now, it would be nice if you quit straw manning. No one argues with the round trip speed of light. It could be that it's coming at us at one speed and traveling away at a different speed. It could be the opposite is true. That's the argument. So if you understand that argument,
if it's infinite one speed, what is the speed simultaneously the other way?
So it depends on the convention, Rob. So if we
No,
if we are
let's
going
stick
to
with the anisotropic convention. If it's infinite one way, what is its speed the other way?
So okay, according to the anisotropic synchronicity convention, if we are going to say that those stars, Gavin's stars, 9 billion years away, right? According to the isotropic synchronicity convention, then it would be 9 billion. So that would be 18 round trip. According to the anisotropic synchronicity convention, it would be instantaneous one way and 18 billion, twice going back the opposite way. So either way, the round trip is the same. The difference is how long it takes for the light to travel from there
But that's what
to
I just
here.
said.
So
That's what I just said.
Well, no, then you've contradicted yourself because
No.
you're trying to argue that Lyell's model
Is it
or the
still-
anisotropic
is it still 18
I'm almost done, okay?
Is it still
That-
18
I'm
billion?
almost done, Rob. I'm almost done, okay? You're trying to argue that the two-way speed of light is not acknowledged, and that's false.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that
What's
at
wrong
all.
with Lyell's model? What's wrong with the anisotropic
It doesn't
synchronicity
compute
convention?
that it's a young 6,000-year-old universe. That's the
But then
point I was trying to make.
you don't understand everything that we've just talked about.
You just literally, you just said verbatim what I was just arguing, not realizing the implications of the argument.
And
The
here's where
argument
I
doesn't
completely
contradict Big Bang cosmology at all.
Here's where I completely disagree, Rob, is because your conclusion that it's inconsistent with a 6,000-year-old universe, because what I'm seeing here mostly with these counters being put forth would all be equivalent to me saying, no, we have to use a different measurement system. Okay, let's say Rob, you have to use inches to measure a distance. And if you use centimeters instead of inches, then it's going to create this problem and this problem and this problem. And therefore we need to use inches. No, I mean, inches and centimeters, they're both right. Both can't be falsified. They both fit the observations. And it's about the convention that you use. And the convention that
just quickly standing.
Just
quickly standing. The reason why they're both right is because, let's go for inches. So here in Australia, we use the SI units. Obviously, it's centimeters. But inches, right? The reason why it works is because if you keep using that same convention, or everywhere, I can't just come in one day and be like, "Hey, standing, I'm just going to do a calculation." Like imagine you're building a satellite that's going to land on Mars. This whole time you've designed the system using inches, and I come in using centimeters for one little component. That totally throws it off. And guess what? There was a mission to Mars, so I think in 2005, that failed because of exactly that. There was one component with a different measuring system, and the whole thing crashed.
Yeah, but the reason why your analogy
you have
fails,
to be
Rob, is because we're not trying to agree with your model. We're rejecting it. Okay, that's why your analogy fails. You're saying, no, guys, you have to use this model, this convention that proves your position. Right. And we're saying, no, we don't want to use that one because we disagree with everything that you're saying. No, I'm not saying that either. That's exactly.
No, I'm not even saying that either.
Your response there was pretty much exactly what I said. Like, you can't use inches, you got to use centimeters because this and this. On page 264 in the physics
No. When I'm saying I'm using centimeters, it's purely because it's a system of measurement or a convention that, let's just call it culture. For example, you have cubit versus the stadia, like in the ancient world, right?
Inches works as well. Are you trying to say then inches doesn't fit the observations? If you use inches, then it's going to create problems.
Because because inches is to do if inches becomes what you'd call your standard instrumentation, your SI unit, then as long as you keep using that measuring rule, like, okay, this is, like 1 inch is defined as this measurement between A and B, and you keep using that, obviously it'll work. So just like a meter and a centimeter. Well, that's the conversion then. So if you have a given, okay, this is I define this as an inch. So then a centimeter will obviously have to work with that given definition of an inch.
Okay, this is going down a rabbit hole. So Rob, let me try to see. Let's see if you can steel man the model. Okay, so Gavin says that there's a star. We'll just use the.
Let's just keep it simple.
Let's just use
Earth
10 billion. 10. Gavin says that there's a star 10 billion light years away.
All right.
Okay. So that would be a round trip of 20 billion light years according to the isotropic synchronicity convention.
Yes.
So if we use that convention, then you and Gavin would be right when you say that light took 10 billion years to get here. But if I say no, I'm going to use the anisotropic synchronicity convention. The light came here instantly, and it took 20 billion years to get back. Both models are acceptable according to Einstein physics. There's not a problem.
What do you mean by 20 billion years to get back?
Because that's the round trip speed.
But you're talking about if...
That's the round trip speed, Rob. That's consistent. If we're saying it came here instantly and took 20 billion to get back theoretically, of course...
Is it actually doing that? Is it actually doing
that's not known. Nobody could know that. You can't argue against it. You're arguing against Einstein's anisotropic synchronicity convention. I'm telling you.
No, I'm not.
So steel man the position. You don't have to agree with it. No one said you have to agree with it. You can't refute it. It hasn't been refuted.
So
you don't have to accept it.
Let's do a bullet point checklist here. So if you go with the anisotropic position, which is completely fine mathematically. I mean, that's the whole point of Luke Barnes's paper, summarizing the details, and also the video LPP was going to show. If you have instantaneous or infinite speed one way, the math says that because the laws can't break down, it can't just be, instantaneous and nothing else is affected. No, other things are affected, and that is the other way goes half the speed.
No.
And vice versa. It has to be that.
Not half the speed.
Yes.
No, because now I'll explain to you why. So because if you say it's half the speed, I think what you mean is twice the speed. Because if you say half the speed, then that means that you've
half the speed.
Rob,
not twice the speed.
Dude,
if it's 10 billion,
Rob,
let's stick with the 10 billion.
Stop interrupting me. Let me answer. Let me answer you, and then I'll let you answer me.
It'll go from
Rob,
10 billion to 5
your double
billion.
Standard really sucks. You got to stop interrupting me.
But you just said it's 20 billion. So
no,
obviously
listen to me. Your answer upsets the round trip speed. Okay, that's not an option, regardless
you don't
of
even
the
know
convention.
Mathematics, simple factors.
Oh my gosh! If it comes instant one way and half back, that means you've cut the speed in half. That means you've cut the round trip speed in half. That doesn't work. No one's arguing with the round trip speed. Regardless of the confusion, nobody's arguing against the round trip speed. We're saying the light comes here instantly, okay? Because you're presupposing how far those stars are out there, first of all, okay? So even if we were to grant that and say, maybe they are that far away, if the light is coming here instantly,
10 billion years. If you're saying it's 10, if to take Gavin's analogy, that is 10 billion years away, all right?
Then I would ask a clarifying question.
And if it's an instantaneous speed towards us, what is the speed toward it?
So Rob,
if you're talking about a two-way trip,
when you say the star is 10 billion light years away,
yes, and you're talking about
a two-way trip, and I have to ask you a clarification question, just like I asked Gavin, but Gavin doesn't understand anything, okay, and it doesn't seem like you do either. My clarification question would be, according to what convention? And depending on how you answer that question...
Let's stick with the anisotropic convention.
Okay. So if that star is 10 billion light years away, according to the anisotropic synchronicity convention, then the light comes here instantly, and it's going to take 10 billion years to get back. 20 billion. It would be... Because if the light would come here instantly, it would take 20 billion. Because 20 billion would be the round... Because that would be the round trip, which no one is arguing against.
No. Why would it be 20 billion? I agree that it's 20 billion, but why would it be 20 billion?
Because that's the speed of light. That's the arbitrary measurement that you've used based on your convention.
You have an object that's 10 billion light years away. It takes instantaneous or infinite speed one way. But the return trip the other way to make it the two-way, what is the speed of light then?
Rob,
to make it 20 billion.
Is that star 10 billion light years away?
Yes, it's 10
billion
billion light years.
So it's based on the speed of light, right?
Yes.
So it's based on the speed of light according to what convention?
If we go with the anisotropic convention,
okay,
and it's instantaneous one way,
then the light is going to come here instantly, and however far away that star is, that's where the time is going to be spent.
Okay, but if it does come instantly one way, and if you go with the isotropic convention that says that it'll the two-way trip will take 20 billion years, if it's 10 billion years away, that means the speed of light in the return. So if it's instantaneous one way, the return is half c, half the speed of light, in order to make it the 20 billion.
Rob, let me ask you just a quick question, okay? Regardless of how far that star is, how long, according to the anisotropic synchronicity convention, Gavin's star, according to our convention that we're deciding to use, how long would that light take to get here? How long?
We'd be seeing it in real time. It'd be infinity.
If it's instantaneous, you're seeing it in real time.
Then yes. Then it doesn't matter how far away, because whatever distance that would be, and whatever time it would take for that light to travel back, it's not relevant. Okay.
But there has to be a return
that out. But
trip.
it's gonna be coming here instantly, and that's the point. So when Gavin asks his silly question, and I clarify by saying what convention, the fact that Gavin got huffy puffy, like you, just shows that you don't understand the convention. That's all. Simple as that, Rob.
I honestly can't believe you're not understanding.
You can write on Dr. Lyle's blog. I challenge you to do that. I would love to see your response and how he responds to your objections.
Sam,
okay?
honestly,
so from now on, Rob, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to ask if you actually wrote him.
All right? I'm going to ask you here with all sincerity, please try and answer this or understand this. So you have Gavin's star 10 billion years away, all right? If you're talking about a round trip, I'm talking about the speed of light. So it's 10 billion years away. According to the anisotropic model, let's just go for the sake of argument, it takes instantaneous time or speed or infinite speed to reach us.
So it's a 10 billion round trip? 10 billion round trip or 10 billion one way?
No, remember you just said the round trip would make it 20 billion, right?
Right.
So
if it's 10 billion away, then the round trip, yes,
is 20, right? So
well, it could be 0. Yeah, or 20, could be either or.
Oh, well, there you go. If it's either or, then it's infinite both ways, right?
No, it's not. Not both.
If it's 0?
It's not. It's either or, not both. Either or. It's either or.
So,
Rob, I think you're dodging the bigger point here. Okay,
Rob, I totally understand.
One second, I need to ask you this question. So you have Gavin's star, which is point A, and Earth is point B. Okay, so it goes A, B, and then B, A. That's the two-way trip. So let's just say A to B is instantaneous. All right?
Okay.
But then B to A will then make it the 20 billion years. All right? Because the A to B is 10 billion years. So the speed of light
not coherent
is
if it's
instantaneous from A to B. So the question is, what is the speed of light from going back from B to A?
If the star is 10 billion light years away according to the isotropic convention, that would be 10 billion in each direction. Okay, the round trip would be 10 billion. Then according to the anisotropic, it would be instant one way and 20 billion back, because 20 billion is the round trip speed.
Yes,
that no
but
one
why
is
it 20 billion back? But that's the point. Why is it 20 billion back?
Because that is the round trip. That's what we're talking about.
No.
No one
Why?
disagrees with
What
the round
makes
trip.
it the 20 billion back? You can't just say it's instantaneous one way and that's it.
Because
there's something making it 20 billion back.
The convention, Rob. That's the based on the agreed
what
upon
makes it 20 billion back? C is exactly
Am I not making
halved.
myself clear? It could be
C,
that I'm not. That it could be that I'm not making myself
the
clear.
speed of light is exactly halved. You know what? I'm going to share my screen again.
Based on what convention, Rob?
Oh my goodness.
Okay. The clarification. I think a clarification that needs to be made.
Can
is,
I? Okay,
Rob,
go for it, LP. Go for it. Yeah.
For lack of a better term, the refracted speed of light would be half of what we currently consider the speed of light. That is the clarification that needs to be made here. If the one way is infinite, but the bounce back speed, to put it in a more blunt way, it would then be half of what we. So if we currently assume that the speed of light is 671,000 kilometers per second, I think is that correct? I always do it in miles, but I think that's what it is in.
It's 300,000 kilometers per second, or 186,000 miles per second.
Right. The point is that if the one way is, if we know what the round trip is, at least theoretically, if the one way is instant, then the refracted speed would be half of what we currently consider c to be. But either way, you end up with the exact, and that would actually be, there would be a difference in terms of the one-way speed and the refracted speed. And I'm using refracted loosely here.
Refracted. Yeah. Just remember,
I'm using it loosely for.
Yeah.
But the same logic applies to like passing.
Let's say I'd rather say reflected instead of refracted.
Okay. Reflected is good. That's better. The reflected speed is in reality what we're actually measuring is the reflected speed. In terms of, because we're not actually measuring from a synchronized perspective, we're not measuring A to B. We're measuring the totality of A to B back
exactly.
to A.
Exactly.
So the point is, and this is Rob, this is supporting the whole point that's been made this whole time, is we actually only know what the refracted speed is. Truly, that's what we're really knowing, is what the refracted speed is, because we do not know what A to B is.
And I'm not disagreeing with that.
Right. So
I know.
Okay. So Rob, if we don't know A to B, we only know the reflected speed. We don't know the round trip. Then A to B could be instant, and B back to A could be half of what we currently consider C, and it would still be correct.
Yes.
But we have no. I know we've been bouncing back and forth, but the point is, we have no idea. Yeah, like people talk about, A to B must be C, or it must be the refracted could be instant, but we know that A to B must be what we currently consider C. And the whole point is, why can the reciprocal not be true?
Okay, a very quick question to you.
We're not measuring either one. The reciprocal could also be true.
Exactly. Oh, in fact, that's even a better word.
I can answer your question now, Rob.
Okay, now wait. A very quick question to LPP. Now, the reciprocal speed, which you're saying is 0.5 c, right? Which, by the way, this article here was basically even coming up with, he was trying to explain the same thing using poles and all that. Anyway, but the point is, the reciprocal speed is 0.5. Now, quick question. Can it ever go below 0.5? Can it go 0.4, 0.3?
Well, I mean, we know that in water it's like 0.75, right?
It depends.
No. Again, we're working with the anisotropic convention that if it's infinite one way, mathematically, there's literally a threshold limit that can be allowed, and that is it's exactly 0.5 the other way. Now, the question is,
then it would be
can the reciprocal speed go back, say, 0.4 or 0.3?
It would depend on the medium.
No.
Yeah.
Again, in a vacuum, right? So we have infinite speed one way, simultaneous it's 0.5 the other way. The question is, can it go 0.4 one way and instant speed the other way?
Theoretically, yeah.
No. That's the point. The equation says no.
How could we measure it?
Because the equation says
Who gives
it's
a
0.5.
shit about, dude, it doesn't matter what the equation says, because the equation is based on assumption. So if we can't actually measure
But
it,
that's where we're getting the infinite speed from anyway to begin with, from the equation.
Okay, if we're not actually being able to measure anything,
The Lorentz contraction is giving that convention that Lyell's coming up with, ultimately from Einstein himself.
Is Maxwell's equation?
It's the equation that's making that argument.
Rob, it's what you put in the equation.
The numbers that and the algebra of the equation says if it's 0.5 C one way, it's infinite the other way. It can't be 0.4, 0.3. If it was, say, 0.6 or 0.7, then it's not infinite the other way, but it would be pretty fast the other way, but it wouldn't be infinite. But infinite means it's exactly 0.5.
Rob, 0.4?
That's the point.
Dude, the 0.4 would only be what the reflected speed actually is.
It's impossible for it to go 0.4 or 0.3 or even 0.49.
No, you're missing the point. The point is that what you're referring to as 0.4 what's that in reference to, Rob?
It's in reference to the symmetry with respect to the equation that then gives you the calculation for the theoretical speed limit.
How would you come up with what 0.4 is? You would be calculating that based on what we think the current speed of C is, correct?
Okay.
So
I'm dealing.
So if the same logic applies to what is the 0.5. If it's instantaneous in one direction, we're only measuring the reflected speed, and what we come up with is 0.5, right? Then it turns. But if the one direction was instantaneous, that means that the actual reflected speed is 0.5 of what we currently consider the one of C. So
the 0.5, the instantaneous speed and the 0.5 speed are not measured. This is nothing but theoretical calculations using the field equations of special relativity. That's all it is.
Okay, well, when you're saying 0.4, what I'm referring to would be that the actual speed of C, in terms of the reflected speed, would be 0.4 of what we currently consider 1 of C currently, is the point that I'm making. I'm not saying.
No, but that's not even.
Okay, so we're arguing.
That's not even touching on the issue then.
Rob, we're arguing something totally different here. In the totally different argument. We're not even on the same path right now of what we're arguing. But let's move on to different.
I'm talking about symmetry in the mathematics.
I get. You're arguing over the formation of the equation. I thought you were referring to what the actual speed could be.
No. But I've been this whole time. I've been talking about the equation itself. That in fact, this entire time, that's all I've been talking about. Is just that,
okay.
Not the actual physical phenomena of light itself. I mean, LPP, bring up the video that you're just about to share, because that guy will show you the symmetry with respect to the math, and also he'll go into a geometrical perspective.
I understand that. And he's arguing based on the assumption. He states that he's arguing on the assumption. So just
bring it up. Just bring up the video and play it.
I will in just a second. I want to get a clarification for you on something. Where the heck was this? I want to make sure I'm not misquoting.
So Rob, when we were using that equation with 10 million years versus 20 million years, and you asked me how did I come up with 20 million years, that's the distance that you set when you picked 10 million according to one convention. If you set the distance wherever you want, 10 million years away, okay, then it would be a 20 million round trip. So when I say that light travels instantly one way and 20 million back, and you say, well, how did you get that 20 million years? Well, that 20 million years is the round trip based on the distance that you set when you said 10 million based on the isotropic convention.
If
See,
the light
both examples would have the same round trip speed, but depending on the convention that you use, the light would travel in one direction differently. So if
let's just say we never used isotropic convention. Let's just say we've always been using the anisotropic convention. Like, let's pretend we had no clue about the isotropic convention.
Then we don't have a distant starlight problem. We have stars that are far away because God created the heavens and the earth and he stretches them out. but the light comes here
So
instantly,
if
and we don't have a problem.
If you are a physicist with the equations at hand, and a student asked you, okay, professor, I understand according to the math that it's instantaneous speed one way, right, from a star that's 10 billion light years away. And I understand that the round trip would make it 20 billion years. So then the student asks you, so professor, what is the speed of light on the return trip? That's the question.
You just answered yourself.
Okay, so what is the speed of light on the return
Well,
trip?
it's whatever distance you pick. It doesn't matter. I think you're missing.
Oh my
I think
gosh.
you're missing the whole point here, Rob.
The answer is
the whole
half
point
C.
is like you said. If we embrace the anisotropic synchronicity convention, then we don't have a distant starlight problem.
LPP, just play the clip.
Hang on, I'm doing something.
Because if the clip says
exactly.
exactly what I've been arguing, it's that's it. I can't say anymore because it's not just me saying it; it's even the clip saying it.
Well, I mean, I shared a clip too. My clip can beat up your
It's
clip, Rob.
it's not just any clip, by the way. I mean, I've just read from Luke Barnes's paper, clarified what that blog post was getting at.
So, Gavin, have you understood this conversation, and can you tell me how I would answer your question, regardless if you agree with it or disagree with it? Would you be able to do that, Gavin? After 5 hours of passionate conversation. I guess that's a no.
Wait, shall I play the clip? I don't know what LPP is doing.
It's gonna be a second. You guys keep talking. I'm doing something else for a second, and then we'll play the video.
He's allowing us to go
All right, so I'll
from
play the
mostly
clip.
dumpster fire to full dumpster fire.
I'm gonna play the video. You guys, I'm doing something else at this moment. I'm not gonna be done with the second video. So you guys can be patient for a second, or I'll boot both your asses. Okay, you can talk about something else. I'm doing something.
All right, I'll mute myself.
Other people are allowed to talk while I'm doing something. I'm just not playing the video at this given moment.
Rob, I posted in the private chat what Lyle seems to have said in one of his refuting the critics technical articles recently. Does that make sense to you? I put in the private chat.
Let me just check it. Yeah. Also, if LPP, you can share my screen here. I just want to clarify. Someone asked, "What is the in the chat? What's the Einstein cross?" So here's a paper that Luke Barnes, by the way. This is one of many observations in very distant objects. So, for example, here's the redshift Z.54 of an elliptical galaxy that they noticed multiple images of a highly magnified supernova formed by an early type cluster galaxy lens. This is just a fancy way of saying Einstein cross. So if you skip down, here's naked eye observations of, well, here's the initial object that they're looking at, and then you start to notice suddenly these lights start to appear around, and then they start to make like a cross shape. But the point is, one emerges first, then the other, and now when you go into radio astronomy, in fact, I don't have. Oh, it's in another paper where they actually show the actual spectroscopy of each of these objects in a much higher resolution image. We notice that you have so in other words, light can't be instantaneous. Here's physical evidence to show that light takes time to actually travel through space, through a medium, so to speak. Which is
That's reflected light, though, or that's deflected light.
So, the fact that one object that is gravitationally lensed around this object, so we're talking about a single object that's now appearing in 4 different locations.
Actually, if you could share my screen.
This is a gravitationally lensed thing taking place. The fact is, it's appearing over time it appears first here, then it appears here, then it appears here, means we're talking about an angular, differentiation with respect to one. In other words, it's appearing a lot faster on this side because it's closer to us than, say, it is appearing on this side.
I can explain that.
That's all it is.
I believe I can explain that.
Actually, Sam, as you're explaining it, John, can you share my screen real quick, brother?
Yeah, so as the light is coming from the backside of that star, it would be traveling according to the anisotropic synchronicity convention. Again, it would be traveling instant in one way, right? So let's say that the light is traveling instantly north and it hits something, right? So as that light turns east, south, and west, now it's not traveling instantly. It's going to be deflected. And during that deflection, it's going to slow down because now it's not traveling in a straight line anymore. So as it curves around the side of that, then you're going to see it on one side, then two, then three, and then four again. That doesn't mean that the light isn't traveling instant in one way. It means that it hit something and it was deflected. And it's the deflected light that was delayed, not the instant light. Does that make sense?
This is also why I recommend staying up to date on Dr. Lyle's responses here, because I believe this is almost identical, if not the same argument that you're using, Rob, that Dr. Lyle is dealing with.
Well, I didn't know someone else brought this argument up.
Oh, yeah. Sure. And Dr. Lyle deals with it.
So wait, go up. What did he say? The one in purple? So, first, gravitational lensing of light from a single supernova in 2014 and 2015. Yep, that's the paper I brought up.
Right.
Split the light from the supernova into 5 different beams of light that all headed towards the Earth, however, by different paths based on gravitational lensing. Those paths had different lengths based on the specific directions of the gravitational lensing.
And that's what you were explaining.
So, all right. So, yeah, that's basically what I'm saying, which the authors are saying as well. So what does Lyle say? So he goes, allow me to explain this with the illustration below. A star exploded in a distant galaxy, briefly becoming very bright, a supernova. That supernova is point A on the diagram. As the light from this supernova, the red line, passed by another galaxy at point B, it was deflected slightly by the gravity of all the stars and mass in this other galaxy, which is gravitational lensing, and some of that light was then directed toward observers on Earth at point C. We observed the event in 2014. The image of the supernova, point D, as seen from the Earth, appeared slightly different from its true location A, due to the bending of the light by the gravity of the intermediate galaxy. In fact, we observed 4 separate images of the supernova because the light had taken 4 different parts of roughly equal length. However, the sum of the light from the supernova took a different and longer path, shown in blue. This light was bent by the gravity of the galaxy at point E. Alright. And then redirected to observers on Earth at point C. We observed this light in 2015, a year after the light beams shown in red. So we saw the image of the supernova at point F a year after the images at point D. So he's basically trying... Okay.
So right here, this is where he continues, right? Peter says, if the speed of light towards Earth is infinite, then all 5 of the images of the supernova should have arrived at Earth at the same instant in time.
So then he goes, that is wrong. Not all of the light in the diagram is moving directly toward the observers on Earth. Peter's claim here reveals that he has not carefully thought. Oh, okay, I see what
because
Lyle's
they changed directions when they were deflected, so you would have some of the light traveling immediately.
Okay. Then
that's what I was trying to explain, and then it was deflected.
All right. But then has
well, Rob,
Lyle...
before you go, I just even for the audience sake, just so they, I guess
it's just I suppose it's a convenience for Lyle.
That both of these models, ESC, ASC, predict that the light from the supernova that takes the longer path will arrive later than the light that takes the shorter path. And then here's why. And he goes into, a detailed explanation as to why it's not contradictory to, at the end of the day, both conventions. So I don't know. I guess the point is,
well, he's saying, notice he says in segments A, B, and AE, the light is not moving directly. The keyword there is directly toward the observers on Earth. I mean, this is if anyone here knows about congruent triangles, and if you're talking about congruence with respect to ratio, the lengths and ratios of the sides of the triangles, because he's just using a simple diagram there, then he's just basically saying that it gives the illusion that it's appearing like first on one side, then next, then next, then next, but rather there's other influences going on that ironically show that it's all the same distance regardless. So therefore, the 4 or 5 lights that appear around that appear gravitationally lens around it are all arriving at the same time. That's what he's saying.
Well, he's pointing
and
out
that's
since
something
it is not directly toward the observer, the light along these paths will not have infinite speed. Rather, its speed will be determined by the angle.
Yes, exactly, the angle.
The equation he gave above.
So this is his convenient way to get around that issue, and I disagree with this, because I can show you, for example, a very recent 2020 paper where there was 2 Einstein crosses simultaneously found, not just the one, but 2. Let me just bring this up.
So, Rob, why don't you write his blog and address that with him and see what his response is?
All right, let's do that.
No, I'm seriously asking you. I mean, if you'll take the time to come here and argue for hours, not even realizing that someone's already brought up your objections, then go ahead and write it in there. And so
is there a comment section in his blog?
Well, I'll tell you what. You can email me. I'll get it directly to him. But I'm sure there's a way that you can. I mean, obviously, other people are doing that.
I'm pretty sure you have to join the forum. I think you join the forum, and then you can.
All right, guys. I'm getting a migraine. I gotta go to bed. You guys can keep going if you want. Everybody behave. Don't be stupid.
Wait, what about the video?
I have a literal migraine. I was taking some medicine. I was hoping it would go away, but it's not. So you guys can keep talking. But
Can you just share the screen quickly? So this is what I'm going to respond back. If I make a video response to Lyle, here's discovery of 2 Einstein crosses, November 20, literally last year. And this is where they actually went into the more accurate imaging that I was talking to you about. Here's you're talking about the rift shifts going on over here. And this clearly shows that they're coming at different intervening points, that there is no outside influences that Lyle's trying to make with the 2015 study.
Rob, would you mind if I made a quick comment on the anisotropic synchrony convention?
Yeah, go for it.
So the issue with this particular model is that the argument is fundamentally what's known as a reductio ad absurdum. If you assume the truth of his conclusions, you must assume their falsity, and this is why.
By the way, just quickly,
he is assuming that because. Go ahead.
Just quickly, did you hear the discussion that ensued before you came in?
No. And
Leo, did you ever watch that video that I sent you?
Not to sound like pompous, but quite frankly, I don't care. I just wanted to comment on the anisotropic synchrony convention.
Okay.
Because it is a reductio ad absurdum
I'm interested
argument.
to see now. You're coming in first then. I'm interested to see. So Sam, take note. Whatever Leo says, let's see if he contradicts what I was telling you. Go for it.
So the argument essentially is given as following. Well, we cannot measure the speed or velocity at which a photon travels from a point A to a point B. What we must do is measure it from a point A to a point B and then back to the same point A. And this is because if we were to consider the clocks that we arbitrarily associate with either of those 2 points as we separate them in space-time, they will undergo special relativistic effects of time dilation, and the clocks will no longer be synchronized. And thus we would get, if we measured only from a point A to a point B, i.e. a one-way speed of light, we would get inaccurate measurements because the clocks are not synchronized. So we have to measure the 2-way speed of light from a point A to a point B, and back to a point A. Therefore, we cannot confirm that the speed of light is truly constant or invariant under local space-time transformations, except that we know that it is. And this is the problem with the argument, is that they're assuming the truth of special relativity when they appeal to specifically special relativistic effects in invoking this difference between one-way and two-way speed of light. However, one of the most fundamental, in fact, it's one of the two fundamental postulates of special relativity, the very theory they're appealing to make this argument. Thus, they must assume necessarily the truth of both of these postulates. One of them is that the speed of light is constant or invariant under all local inertial space-time transformations. The speed of light is constant, regardless of which way you measure its speed in space-time, i.e., they must assume the truth of special relativity and thereby that fundamental postulate to make the statement that the same postulate is wrong. I.e., the argument
Leo,
assumes
didn't
its
Sal
own
correct you on
absurdity.
that? Didn't
So
Sal
what
give
this
you a bunch of
means is that
papers
the
showing that the
argument
speed of light
an
is not actually a
argumentum
constant?
ad
And didn't we
absurdum
actually read from
fallacy.
papers
And
earlier
we can
today
see
that
from the
showed
fact that the
where there are
argument is
inconsistencies within the speed of
that
light?
the argument thereby is not valid.
Yeah, I think
I
so.
hope everybody heard the last.
I'm pretty
part
sure
because
we actually
apparently
read something
nobody
from
could keep
Rob
themselves
earlier
quiet
saying that we have
long
found
enough to allow me to
fluctuations
finish
within the speed
statements
of
that I'm
light.
making. But quite frankly, I'm just going to keep talking until I am actually allowed.
Yes, I
to
know.
finish
That's what
my
everyone
statement,
likes to do. They like to
because I guess
grandstand and
that
keep
some
going
people
on and
are
on
so
and on and
threatened
pretend
by
everyone's
what I'm
interested.
saying that they're just going to overtalk me instead of letting me finish the point.
Well, how long
because
are
they're
you going to go,
threatened
Leo? Are
by
you
the
almost
points that
done?
I'm making. Well, are you
Yeah.
going to let me finish? Because the
Well,
longer you drag out me saying what I'm saying, the longer I have to go.
Well, I can just put on some music in the background and
if you
drown
would
it all
sit
out.
down and be patient and let me talk, we might get through this. But you've got to work with me as much as I work with you.
Leo, a quick clarifying question. I tried to explain to Sam that someone brought up a distant object, say 10 billion light years away, right? And according to the math associated with the anisotropic model, if it's instantaneous one way, the math itself gives the calculation that simultaneously the return trip has to be exactly 0.5 C. Is that true?
I mean, conventionally, yes. And the thing is,
it can't be 0.4, 0.6. The threshold is 0.5.
It depends.
If it's instantaneous one
because and the problem is that Lyle essentially admitted when he was on SFT's channel that this is conventional. It essentially what he's doing is we're measuring the length of the object in meters. He's measuring it in inches and then claiming from that it actually physically changes the length of the thing we're measuring.
Exactly.
No, it doesn't. It's a convention. And his is
Right.
more complicated and more convoluted and requires more assumptions that the one we're using doesn't, which is why
And that's
no
the irony of the
fucking
whole thing.
physicist on this planet uses the anisotropic synchrony convention.
Leo, how much have you had to drink tonight?
Is that a response to anything that I've said, or are you alluding to individual aspects of my character because you can't respond to anything that I've said?
Well, I'm just curious, but you did straw man because he doesn't disagree with the round trip speed of light. Okay, that's something that you
Wait.
that you
So
messed
you
up, and it is a convention, and whether you accept the convention or you like the convention or whether you feel it's too complicated or anything like that, that's just your own personal bias.
No, it's
But that's not a refute for the.
We
That's
can
not a refute for the
mathematically
convention.
demonstrate the
That's not a
simplicity of the
refute for the
Einstein
convention
Poincaré
itself.
thing for
And
the-
I've already explained
we
to you, or I explained to
mathematically
Rob
demonstrate
anyway,
the
how that is
simplicity of the
consistent with
Einstein
Albert
Poincaré
Einstein, and I even cited you the book
convention.
and the page from his literature
Things
where
I've already read, things that
well,
you
that's
don't
what I'm
know
saying.
anything
You're
about.
that's what you're
obviously.
arguing against, Leo.
You don't know my argument. You haven't even
We've
actually
already
properly
been
represented it.
through this for
No, we
hours
haven't,
already.
actually. And you don't have a response. That's why you're alluding to things I never said, because you don't actually have a response to
Well,
what
you just
I
said
did
that the
say.
convention doesn't work because it hurts your feelings, but
I
that's
didn't
not
say
really
that.
a good
That's
response.
not my argument. That wasn't the argument I gave. The fact that you're responding with what you're
Yeah,
responding
that's
to
what you
tells me
said. You said that it
you
hurts your
don't
feelings
understand
because
my
it's
argument. That's not
complicated,
what I
and you don't
said.
like Jason
Where did I
Lyle
say
because it
that?
refutes
Where
your
did I say that?
worldview.
Where did I say that?
And then we
Where
shouldn't
did I say
use
that?
it
Where did I say
because
that?
Jason
Where
Lyle's
did
a
I
big
say that?
meanie.
Where did I say that? When did I say that? Where did I say that?
Isn't that? Did I misunderstood?
Well, no, go back
What's
and
implication?
go back and pull the timestamps to where I said Lyle is wrong because he hurts my feelings. Go
Yeah,
back.
that's what
and
you said.
pull
You
up
said
the-
he's a meanie and he hurts your
so
feelings
if
because it's
that's
complicated.
what I said, go back and pull up the timestamp where I say it and give it to me. Because if you can't, then you're pulling shit out of your ass like you always do.
I
Because
might
you
have-
don't have a response to what I said. Now, if you have a response to the argument I gave, then give it. But don't sit here and feed me a line of bullshit where you're pissing down my back without even having the courtesy
Leo.
to tell me that it's raining.
Leo,
Please
I might
respond
have
to what I said, or shut the fuck up.
I
because
might have
don't give a shit.
misunderstood. I might have misunderstood you, but I was pretty sure that you said that it hurts your feelings because it's complicated and you don't like it because he's a meanie.
He didn't say
go
that.
and get me the time
All right.
where
Well,
I
I
did that.
could be
He didn't
wrong.
say that. He said Lyle's argumentation is convoluted, more complicated.
So he doesn't
and-
understand it because it's complicated, and that's why it hurts his
mainstream
feelings.
scientists.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, he said Lyle is too complicated. He doesn't understand it, and the consensus doesn't. The consensus doesn't like
Explain
it.
the difference between the ASC and the ESC for everybody here, please.
You said that no one likes it, and
No,
you know
I
the
didn't
consensus.
ask you what I said. I asked you explain the difference between the ESC and the ASC. You claim I don't understand it. I explained the difference and I explained why one is fucking wrong. So I want you now to show that you know what I'm talking about and explain the difference between them. Can you do that?
You said that no one likes
I
it because
didn't
it's
ask you
complicated
what
and you don't
I
understand
said.
it.
You're deflecting to what I said and not answering the question. I'll try this one more time. Hopefully you have the IQ level to follow along. Explain the difference between the Einstein-Poincaré convention and the anisotropic synchrony convention. What's the difference between the two?
We don't even know.
I do. Would
Yeah,
you like
no,
me to
we've been
explain
here
it?
the whole time waiting for you to show
then
up so we
what
could have this
was
conversation.
The difference that I explained between them.
You said the difference is that no one likes Jason Lyle
That
and
is
he's a
not
meanie
what
and
I
you don't
said.
understand it because
Have
it's
a response
complicated.
to my argument.
That's what you said.
Okay, so
No?
get me the timestamp, please.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
I think that's what you said.
Okay, then go get me
Anyway,
the timestamp.
I could be
It's
wrong.
funny how I press you to provide evidence, and then you go, "Oh, well, I think that's what you said," indicating that essentially indicating that you're just saying
Leo,
whatever the fuck you can
Leo,
because you do
Leo,
not have a response to
Leo,
what I said.
Listen, Leo, for someone,
Sam, don't you remember him
Leo,
talking
for someone who rejects
Well,
God,
one
why are
second,
you
let me
spending
talk
your
now.
time
Well,
getting
let
so
me talk now.
emotional?
Don't you remember
and so
him talking
upset
about
these things?
desynchronizing of
I mean,
the clock?
Leo, your life is too precious
I'm
for you to be
reacting the way that I
wasting
am
time.
because it's the only way to engage with the kind of person that you are.
No,
I'm
that's not
matching
what I'm saying.
intensity. That's what's going on here, and you don't know how to handle it.
Leo,
that's the problem.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying it's cognitive dissonance, right? You say, I don't believe in God, I'm going to spend my time.
When did I mention God?
Let's stop the insults. Let's stop the insults.
All I'm saying is,
Let's stop the insults.
all I'm saying, Leo, is your life is too precious, Leo, to spend doing this.
How about we let Rob have a turn to speak?
Okay,
How about we let Rob have a turn to
Okay,
speak?
children, we're gonna call this a night because I was hoping that you guys might be able to behave if I went to sleep. But that's obviously not going to happen. So we're going to end this stream. I appreciate everybody making it for 4 hours and 18 minutes, but this has been going on.
I wanted to read something to Leo though.
But me and Danny didn't even get to go at it.
Well,
I fucked them up so bad.
Danny, do you miss me?
Of course I miss you.
Danny finally woke up.
I'm playing Ages of Empires.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to bed. You guys can go start another stream and have a good time, but I'm done.
All right.
I'm going to bed. Okay, so
catch you guys later.
So if anyone wants to have some last words, they can give last words, and then I'm calling it a night.
Yeah, I have some last words for Leo.
Okay, go ahead, Rob.
Quickly. All right, Leo. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to.
Oh God, no screen sharing. This is final words.
No. I'm going to do this in 2
Read
minutes.
something quickly.
In
no,
2 minutes.
No, we have 30 seconds. Go.
Okay. In conclusion, this is what Luke Barnes in a 2020 paper says. And Leo, put a thumbs up if you agree. He says that if you take into account the anisotropic context of the model, right? He then says, it is seen that the anisotropic speed of light results in anisotropic time dilation effects that compensate for the differing light travel times. And this universe, which is this hypothetical universe he constructs with the construction of our universe, he goes, in this universe, any observer would see an isotropic universe around them, even if the speed of light was not. So the point is, it compensates itself. So therefore, you can't just shoehorn in a so-called young Earth model by just, in an arbitrary sense, saying, "Oh, see, since it's instant speed one way, therefore, voila." Even though it's
I just want to say that with the math of what Barnes is showing there, Dr. Barnes is showing there.
We can't hear you, Leo.
If the speed of light were different in one direction than the other, your light cone in one direction would be other. The laws of physics wouldn't remain necessarily invariant, and all of these frames of reference.
Exactly.
You have to make so many assumptions and convolute your math so far beyond what we would need to do, or we could just use this really simple thing in which all of this just kind of falls out of it naturally, which is exactly why physicists use that. Because they're not going to sit there and use dumb, stupid fucking models that convolute everything when they don't need to do that. Which is why they don't do that.
Leo, I know you're very worked up right now. Calm down. Okay, Danny, you have any last words?
No, I have no last words except the
Come
words
on,
I just
Danny.
uttered.
Say something.
I'm losing my game.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Okay. I agree. Any last words?
Yeah. We don't even live in this Big Bang cosmology. Might as well put it out there. It's heliocentric. There's no curve. There's a bunch of documents that prove the Earth is flat, is stationary. NASA and CIA and everybody that makes aircrafts, they assume a flat, stationary model. So yeah, man. You've been brainwashed since birth, like with posters like the one Leo has behind him to believe you live on the spinning
I want to see
ball.
Sam debate Iger.
Yep, it'll be good. But yeah, where was I going? Oh yeah, you've been brainwashed by corporations that are controlled by secret societies, who basically control all your scripted reality, and all to discredit the Bible. The Bible tells you on day 2, God made a firmament to divide the waters above. There's water up there. That's why the stars are twinkling. The speed of light is stupid. It's really dumb. Depends on the power. There's so many variables that can go into the speed of light. But yeah, with that being said,
I'm reacting the same way, Leo. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know you guys are. But you wanna. I don't have time.
I really wish people that didn't know what a fucking vector was wouldn't comment on physics.
All right, sounds good, bro. But anyways, with that being said, there's a lot of lies and deception. But God, please grant us that serenity to accept the things we cannot change, strength to change the things we can, wisdom to know the difference. In your son Jesus' name, amen. And for the atheists in the live stream in the chat, there's something called the sinner's prayer.
Gotta love the Jim Carrey face.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this one has like a dome about it. It was just a little clip of.
Okay, let's wrap it up.
All right. Yeah. Dear Lord
Go ahead.
Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner and I ask for your forgiveness. I believe you died for my sins and rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and invite you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust and follow you as my Lord and Savior. And yeah, God bless y'all. Have a good night.
You too, Edgar.
Gavin, you got any last words?
Yep. After falling off stage,
don't take your pants off,
and breaking his foot, Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters played a 3-hour concert sitting in a chair with a doctor holding his foot together because they didn't have any plaster. That's commitment.
Wow. I love Foo Fighters.
Okay. Jamie, last words.
I just want to point out that, look, you can't prove that convention is right. It's a convention. That's just the fact of the matter. Like, it makes most sense, obviously. It makes the most sense to just presume that. It's the same both ways, I would say. But it's not provable. It's not provable.
Neither are the axioms of logic and mathematics, but they make the most
No,
sense.
I mean, you can't measure it. You cannot measure it and verify it that way. I mean, I don't mean Cartesian certainty. I mean,
oh my god. Okay, this is exactly what we've been arguing all freaking night. Is that exact point? It's the exact point that's been being argued, and nobody obviously. Anyway, Sam, you got any last words?
Yeah, I want to apologize to Sunflower and even you, Rob. I get like really passionate and worked up, and I'm not a perfect man, and I understand that. So that said, Leo, simple things don't make them true. And
yeah, I never claimed
night, everyone.
That, so yeah, I agree with you. I never made that claim.
All right, now I'm going to end this stream. If you guys want to keep yelling at each other, I don't care if you do it backstage, but we're about to end. Okay, so folks, audience, I appreciate you all for sticking it out with us this whole time. Thank you so much to Doki Doki and Jerome and everybody who's been doing super stickers, super chats, etc. I greatly appreciate your support for the channel. And yeah, we've covered a lot of random stuff this evening and like 3 hours of arguing over speed of light. I hope you enjoyed the dumpster fire that this was. As usual, the after shows get rather heated post 12 a.m. So anyway, hope everyone has a great day or tomorrow, I guess. And,
I love Danny.
Sleeps well.
The love is there.
Remember, folks, science doesn't have all the answers, but religion has none of them.
Okay, yeah.
Pump the brakes.
Yep. So I'm definitely have not ended this yet. So okay. Anyway, we're done now.